Let's go back over here as we are once again live upon the internet. Let's refresh. There's my dumb face. I see it now. Curve first is taking curve first is curve first with a U and I ran in. Oh, nice to see that. Yeah, you are on Spune as well there. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in and first do some build collection shenaniganery, because those 3 holes in there still. Those 3 holes have actually there's a 4th one as well up there. But there's 3 holes there, and I want to fill those up.
Safe area entered.
Kind of sounded sexual for a second. Just gonna make build pictures basically, because the builds exist already. They're on this character. Alt account, 5th character. So yeah, I'm gonna do that for a little bit here and give them some damage number stuff and stuff like that. And later on, I haven't really picked anything to do yet, so we'll figure that out together. I feel I've done most of the. I've even done all of the challenges here. I feel there's nothing like specific to do. I still have one descent to do, so might see if anybody's interested in some of those and go do those. Maybe like the daily project, maybe some other stuff. But to start off, I'm gonna grab this build. I want to put some time on this build as well, so I'll likely go do some open world and maybe have, if anyone's interested, we might have a just go farm some open worlds later on. This is 5.06. Or is going to become 5.06, which is yeah the the 3rd drone, the bro build as it's commonly known. Yeah, I'm just gonna let's just do the work. Let's just stop dilly-dallying around. I love that word often, but no more dilly-dallying. We shall be productive. And add this one in, and then yeah, this character also has an ongoing directive that I made on her. Needs to go in, which I also ran quite a bit already, so I didn't mind it at all. I like the glass one better, but this is like a variation on the build, so I usually try to do that for this alt account where at least a little bit of it is different. Because yeah, I try to not have like full-on duplicates in the build collection with my alt account. Usually, I might just even if I keep them like complete duplicates, I usually cheat and like just show them differently. Like for instance, the negotiator build on my alt and my main is kind of the exact same build, but I show one as a coyote and obliterate one, and then I show the other one as a perfect focus one. And yeah, the impressive thing with this build is this 135 weapon damage. What is my capacitor graded to? 20. So it's 115 base, which is yeah, quite a bit higher than similar style builds. Although, of course, it's not the levels of a third drone hybrid, a high-end third drone hybrid, or like Negotiator or Strikers or ongoings, but also then this one makes up for it because it has quite a bit more damage, and it's making really good use of that memento actually as well. Stats. Felt I forgot something there, but I actually just need to move on over to putting in some stats. Although yeah, it's very much a build that is a little bit more advanced. Right. Was thinking there for a second, do I want to maybe put a 12 crit mod there and just have that be like how I show it, but also I'm like, I'm good with showing lower mods. Even if a lot of people don't understand why why that is on a 5K. Because yeah, of course I have more than 12 crit damage mods, and I should just keep recycling those basically. Actually, on my alt account, I should do that actually on my alt account, because, but also even here, I kind of like having the opportunity to sometimes just grab a piece that is from a different loadout and putting it in a different loadout, basically. So that one will show with 11.7 for now. And especially this Brazos piece to recore is was quite a hassle to get. The Empress pieces, of course, were a hassle to get as well. But it's not too bad because all of them are craftable, which makes them a lot more attainable, especially for like more advanced players. Because yeah, if you're a few K in and you have watch alts and stuff, if something is craftable, that basically means that you're guaranteed to be able to get it. Although usually you still need them to like show up on a vendor to make it really easy to get them. As there's a fly around in my room. Yeah, it's very distracting. I might try to murder it in a second. Let's place that a little smaller. Okay. Because yeah, what I of course also want to have is the skill damages and stuff and skill stats. I'm kind of curious on the damage output of this thing. Especially together with the sword and the drone, because actually I think I might be reworking it in the future to be in the same stat style that it usually gets put out as, which is with 4 skill damages on it. Because I think while if I were to go with this build and like if I were to make this build and just I had to run it or something, I would run it this way with this many reds. But I'm also afraid that this is just going to end up as a worse high-end third drone hybrid, basically, because it's not going to keep up with the third drone hybrids on the weapon side. And now actually it's also just matching them basically on the turret and drone side, I feel, if they were running mementos as well. But then, of course, this one is super locked into being with a memento, so you don't even have a choice of going a vigilance backpack. I feel I got all the picture in. Let me bring up chat for a second, just so I can say hello to Muddy and Wienerville and Doom. that have trickled in the meantime. As yeah, I also hope you are all doing well. I am doing pretty well. Had a pretty decent work day today. Got some stuff done there. Got to even play for a few hours in the afternoon. So well, more like the evening. It was like a few hours ago. And now we're gonna put some damage numbers on this. Oh, it's with a capacitor, of course. Yeah. Let's go. Wait, let me get all of the icons and stuff first. So all of the names and icons that I want to have on it. Then we have to go fill up the capacitor before we actually give it its stats, because its stats are dependent on, or fill up the memento, of course. The capacitor is easy to fill up. Because yeah, it's glass, it's memento. I want to have just the image of this this being at 40. Like having the capacitor 40 there. Hello, that did not work. Snipping tool filled twice. Will it work the third time? No. Wait, is it, or is it like pasting? No. Let's refresh this one. See if that helps. Yeah, that's not a good angle. I'm just trying to get the 40 on the side of the capacitor, just so that I remember that it is with the full-on capacitor as well. Glass is always active, of course. Yeah, let's go fill up this memento. The world is still set to normal, as I used that a little bit earlier to finish off all of the challenges and stuff. I'm looking for a convoy that I could maybe intercept, which that one seems like a good one. As a convoy, spawn a bunch of people, and then I'll go hit this CP. Just on normal, just getting the mementos. And while doing that, I'll bring up the game to be full, even though not much interesting stuff is going to happen. I'm going to steamroll some normal content, is basically what is going to happen here. Reanimated is on. But that's actually a good thing, because I'll body shot kill everything, and they'll give me 2 mementos each. Because yeah, you can confirm the kill twice by killing them twice. These hyenas are so nice, we are going to be killing them twice. They're going to be spawning from that building over there. I might actually push into here, because they'll spawn from that door over there.
Detecting additional contacts.
Is it noticeable that I've done a lot of convoying? A long time ago. I'll pop one with the head, and then let them get back up, and they'll die to the oxy effect. I'm not full yet, but let's go fill up the rest of the way. We're just standing all in weird positions. Curious as well to see. I should take the cooldown timers with the memento, fully charged up as well in a second, because of course the skill efficiency from memento also like decreases your cooldown, gives you skill haste basically. I mean, not basically. Gives you skill haste. Skill efficiency is skill haste. It's all 6 yellow stats combined. With their powers combined.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Almost full. I will be full once this is done. I'll go for the headshots just to miss. No, just end this. There we go.
Control point secured. Well done.
So actually, I'll deconstruct my drone. I might be one short. I'm gonna go pick up that one over there, and then I'm gonna take a screenshot of the turret and drones cooldown. So basically, they're stat blocks. And then I'm gonna pick up those 2 and go to the range. Let me go back and do that because that's that one and that one. That's the turret. Actually, I should go in here and make one with the void. Oh, 14.6 is actually pretty cool. It's a pretty cool cooldown, 14.6. But I believe as well, I don't believe as well, the drone hybrids, high-end ones, do the same exact number. 14.6, 15.6, which has, yeah, they have the same skill haste, basically. Gonna grab these 2. So what we especially need is, yeah, the drone numbers. I'm just gonna do it. Sometimes I put without capacitor and with capacitor. I'm just gonna do with capacitor only, and then the damage numbers of the capacitor itself. There's that one as well, of course, goes up with the weapon damage. And I also want to have, actually, let's do that right away. I need the UI, so I need to go to the range. Because I want to take a image of the that's pretty big. Let's make that a lot smaller. With the memento filled up. I'm gonna put one up here. I'm gonna copy, paste, and put one down here. And I'm gonna put one down here as well. And this one up here is for the all weapon damage, because yeah, we've gained another 30. Going to 165, although of course with a grade 20 capacitor. So I will actually as well put this over. These 3 move down a little bit. And then with the capacitor full, we have 165. I mean, it's nice and high. Now we need, let's get the turret and drone numbers first. And then the capacitor. I need the capacitor to be filled, of course. Ah. That I had set it to invulnerable already, but I hadn't yet. And yeah, for the turret and the drone, it doesn't matter what the enemy is. Or what enemy type they're shooting at. Because they don't have DTA or DTH or stuff like that. So 167,465. Okay, thank you for your service drone or turret. Now for the drone. Target that thing. Thank you. One, 2, 3, 7, 9. Nudge that thing as well. Yeah, you can go as well. Does this have more DTA or DTH? It has more DTA, so Let's just shoot this thing instead. Actually, I don't need, but yeah, I don't need anything except just the damage number. Because it is glass, the memento is just charged up anyway. Actually, I need it to be this way. Am I missing anything before the memento runs out? I don't feel I am, so... This one gets to be a lot larger. This one gets to be a lot larger. Actually, I should resize both of them together. So that they become the same size. It's decent third row numbers, actually. But yeah, what we can do now, having those numbers, and kind of the reasons those kind of numbers exist, is that I can go in here and go to 2 point something, 2.07 and 4 point something as well. 4.07 as well. So it's doing basically the same as this build, but yeah, this build is of course completely completely destroying it on the weapon end. Yeah, quite a bit more. But it's doing this so, of course, without the memento, which is kind of helping the other build out. I would be curious actually to see, because yeah, sometimes I do run this build with a memento as well, the high-end third drone hybrid with a memento, and kind of curious to see what numbers-wise it will end up. Because I think those two will kind of match up kind of in output. Because basically they are matching on the weapon damage numbers, and then the crit of this one is so much higher. And of course, this one actually has more, or has more skill damage actually than this one, even with the memento. But yeah, it is a good different style. This will have a little bit of a different play style as well. Thank you so much, Jesse, for your subscription there. Very much appreciated. And yeah, always see those as a vote of confidence. So very much always, yeah, never required as well, but very much appreciated if it isn't like a burden on yourself. Don't do that, basically. Don't make it a burden on yourself, but I always is this the build dot and broke limit? Yeah, this usually gets called as the bro build, kind of. Oh, actually, I didn't have the... I had the game up, of course. Sorry about that. As yeah, I need a third screen. I need to have a third screen, because yeah, what I was talking about was, so this build picture is basically done now. I've added in those damage numbers. So this build picture is now actually at 5.06. I'm gonna call this third row. In between brackets, actually, bro. I feel that is the name it should have, kind of. And yeah, it is a good style of build. It plays a little bit differently, because I, of course, do my third-drone hybrids the other way around, taking a red build. And so this is basically a third-drone build with redified, basically. And I usually do it the other way, which is taking a red build and turretifying. And they actually kind of end up in the same ballpark, turret numbers-wise. So for instance, here, the turret there is actually, with the memento charged up and everything, is actually behind, of course, but that's because this build has 6 more, or has 6 skill damages, so 3 more than it, even with the memento. And it matches it kind of on the crit damage end, and especially giving up a few of those skill damages, like the weapon damage goes up so much higher. And of course, in this one, the sacrifice fits in a little bit better, which is kind of what makes, I feel actually, yeah, the third drone hybrids kind of are better, kind of a little bit, because yeah, they can take a memento as well and kind of have that exact same kind of play style, but actually they end up a little bit higher on stats. But these are also much harder to farm. So for me, it was good to have this one in the build collection. Just also have the build picture of this one. A variety is always kind of handy as well. So yeah, that fills up 5.06, which is good. That's one hole filled in. Let me catch up on chat here. Just starting one year run. Okay. Yeah, those seem to be quite popular. Did you all know that you don't get kill perform bonuses from memento? Well, you don't get them from level 31 to 30 or till actually on 40. I think you start getting them again before you even fight Keener. So yeah, from level 31 to level 39, you don't get them indeed. Kill confirm unless there is a level 40 in your group scaling you up. So that's kind of a useful thing of using those call for backups. But yeah, for the rest of it, you still get all of the well, you don't get the long buff and the short buff, but yeah, you still get a decent piece, which is giving you three cores. Dodgeboro World has 3 pieces rolled to switch skill tier and skill damage. Yeah, mine is, I went a different route, mostly because I feel those skill damages on these pieces is kind of not the best choice, maybe, because we already have 30 or we have 20 from gear, or let me double check, actually, yeah, right? Yeah, is this skill haste? Yeah. So we have 20 from gear from 2-piece Empress and the third piece of Empress. Then we're going to get another 30 from the Memento. We're going to... This is also just skill damage, right? This is in total skill damage. Yes. So the capacitor is also filling up into that skill damage. And that means that those stats are very heavily diminished, kind of. And then the weapon damage is also kind of diminished. Also with the Memento, of course, we're going up to 165. And I feel going crit chance crit damage, which isn't as heavily diminished at that point, being basically filling up more towards that separate multiplier. I feel that will actually, because 4 skill damages, while they increase the turret and drone damage a little bit, you already have a ton coming in. So that 40% is basically going to be 20%, where with the crit chance crit damage, you're adding basically around calculated. I did a quick calculation. It was like 45% or something to the damage of the bill. So, but yeah, I think both versions are very much viable. Either going skill damage here or not. Of course, going more skill damage here, I feel is going to get outclassed by actual turret drone, like the classic style turret drone with some crit chance crit damages rolled in. So the one that kind of did the showcase on. Because it's kind of in a knife's edge of being between a few builds that are already existing but are in ways stronger than it. So I feel giving it going this way with it at least gives it its own position where it's not getting outcompeted on either end. And then yeah, let's put in the next one as well, because you have 3 of these to put in. The next one is this ongoing directive. Oh, did I have? Oh no, okay. That's of course from me having gone out and gotten memento stacks. I was like, wait, did I leave something in my inventory while I took the picture? But of course didn't. Yeah, indeed. You have to always watch out. Rerolling will, take away expertise that you put on something. So, and best do it with a piece that is not that. So 5.10, let me make sure I'm actually showing this one. Because I shall make it big first here, which is just the ongoing directive, but with obliterate wicket, basically. A different version than the one I normally have. It works decently well, especially having this TQB in there kind of makes it work. I'm keeping a FAMAS would say this as well as the secondary, just for those moments where you really need to kill something. You can just swap to that one. But likely on the build picture itself, I will show this with Scorpio here, because that makes too much sense to not have it be a Scorpio. Yeah, let's add this in, making sure that the specialization is the selected thing. Talents. These talents. One thing I tried with this one as well is actually to go Memento, which kind of works as well for it. Because it is kind of making use of that skill efficiency and stuff as well. If you can get your cooldown down a lot, it helps quite a bit with the cooldown of whatever skill you're using, kind of. The status effect and stuff isn't really worth it from a Memento, but I mean, it's not horrible. But yeah, I kind of like the Wicked on this one as well then. Because this one is also then more designed to be hit. The glass one, I usually play it mid-range, play it behind people. This one can be a lot more aggressive, but then also like does a lot less damage. So that's the trade-off. But I of course have the other one, so making a different version was just as important to me than just making, because yeah, it fits other playstyles. This one. Because it was surprising to see how many people were. Or I mean, with every build that has glass in it, I'll get a comment or something of like people not understanding that glass can actually be used, and like people go always like, oh, but you don't do any damage when you're lying on your back, and yeah, so don't lie on your back is the answer to that. You don't like glass doesn't like. It's not cyanide. It doesn't instantly kill you just because you put it on. There are ways of playing glass and staying alive. And yeah, we just need the stats now. I'm gonna refresh this thing once just so it's places everything in the middle. When I paste them in. Actually, am I happy with the crit chance crit damage of this thing? 53, 150. Oh yeah, But yeah, much more optimally, crit chance, crit damage wise, just from the build itself would be to go 59 and then minus 12 to 144. Like that is a better ratio. But of course, this build is kind of designed to be ran in groups. So I'm keeping it like that, expecting basically to have a Coyote in the team from someone else. And if there isn't, then well, I mean, if I'm yeah, this build doesn't really work solo anyway. Like the real good thing about ongoing directive is the group buff kind of thing. Because yeah, on its own, I would much rather like just run anything except this, basically. Any red build, any obliterate red build, basically. Actually, let me keep that one there, or I lose sight of which one is from which piece of gear. To do. Uh, yeah, one thing I'm considering as well, because this Cheska chest that she's using for this build is actually also of course used in other builds of hers. What I could kind of do actually is put in an ongoing chest and save this as a 5-piece as well. And then, because yeah, she also always has a Cheska mask in her inventory from her actually it's from the Heartbreaker tech tank on her. Because then yeah, I can either put one of each of the pieces in, and I will likely will do that. I will go get an ongoing directive chest. Because yeah, the ongoing directive chest kind of works as well. The downside of it is when you don't have the bonus ammo, because it is kind of like, it is kind of keeping up with Obliterate and Spotter and stuff like that, like those levels of talents. But it's also, when you lose your special ammo, you also like you lose everything in one go. At least with Obliterate, you're like hedging your bets. Even if you don't have the special ammo yet, like it's your first, it's like the first hunter of a countdown run or something. Then at least you still have Obliterate to like get your stats up a little bit. And of course, there's separate multipliers to each other, so it is worked well for that as well. But then also the Coyote can go in, actually. That would be the choice to do in there. I wouldn't put a Cheska mask in there. I would put a Coyote in there. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. I'll go farm some of that in a little bit. That gives me something to do as well. There we go. Selected the wrong things, actually. Let's select all of them together. Spread this out a little bit, make it a little bit clearer. While I'm here, I'm gonna take this TKB name as well, put it here. These and these. Let's put the Banshee skill. I just want the cooldown timer for it. Kind of. It is tier 0. Just have that stat block there. Might as well. That all seems okay. Yeah, let's give it some damage numbers. For which I need to get bleed rounds first. Also grab some on that one just as a backup. Might be easier to not have a invulnerable enemy. We just have a elite here. Actually, yeah, let's get the icons first. Because I need to fill out Obliterate, I need to have Wicked up. And then, oh. Of course that didn't paste correctly. Snipping tool. Work, damn it. I'm trying to get the Obliterate and the Wicked symbol, just to put that next to the TKB, just so it's obvious that its stats with Obliterate at full with Wicked active. Take 3. There we go. It's gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna shoot that thing and get a bleed symbol from there. So it's obvious that Sadist is active. And then all together we'll do some body shots on elites. Actually, I need... Let's bring this thing in and put this on invulnerable. Although I'm gonna lose my bleed. Oh yeah, that's yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I need it to be an enemy that dies. We'll just have to build up Obliterate while killing. Once Obliterate is full, we can get the damage number out, which is body shot plus crit on that one. And let's first build up Obliterate again. See if we have a clean one. Yeah, we just barely surpassed 1 million there with a TKB, which is not a bad number at 650 RPM. So that's pretty decent. Yeah. Let's go back over here. This build all looks correct now, I feel, which is good. Need to give it a name, of course, which is OD Obli / VG. Or no, actually not. Wicked. Obli Wicked. That's it. Obli Wicked. You should make a copy of this and move that into the buff build thingy. But let me catch up here as well. Welcome, Pomic. So, yeah. See you running in and getting chased by Curfirst. At least yesterday I died after I can come back. That is... well, I hope you had some good rest. I hope it wasn't too strained, too stressful, or too straining. And that you're back at full strength, hopefully, a little bit. As this week for me as well has been quite a long work week of just kind of catching back up, as also kind of like my counterpart at work. I share a lot of responsibilities with 2 other people actually, but like all 3 of us kind of are in the same realm. One of us is on vacation now, so it's a little bit more on the 2 others of us, and that's also why I've kind of been underprepared, and also the videos on the YouTube channel have been a little bit slow, but I've been keeping up to 1 per week, which is a little bit less than I would want, but it's fine. It's fine. Last build going in is a non-Regulus build. A Regulus build missing the Regulus, which is this Hunter's Fury. And I kind of want to have it in there because, yeah, of course, I already have the other Hunter's Fury with Chainkiller and then Douglas and Harding backpack. This one is the Memento version with Memento, and then I'm not completely sold which way I want to run it. I kind of like the Douglas and Harding chest better, but also I don't think that extra damage really matters at all. Chainkiller might be actually better because you stack up more towards being able to easily kill elites. But yeah, that's one of those things that yeah, it's really dependent on what you kind of want to run. But yeah, I think I'm going to put it in the collection this way. And yeah, this is very much a determined build at the moment. I don't have a Regulus on this account. And yeah, determined is hilariously broken with reanimated. Like, hilariously. It's silly that they just left that in the game as it is. But then also, yeah, it's I might as well put it in the collection. Yeah, let's finish up this one as well. That will also likely be a full hour of build collection work, which is usually ends up being the thing of starting at streams when there is build collection things to do. Yeah, let's just start putting this thing in. I likely won't give it damage numbers now yet, because likely what I'll do is basically replicate the build on my main account and also put in Regulus numbers for this one. I mean, not well. I have that chest. I can put a headshot on a. Actually, I was kind of doing that. Actually, that character might still have that equipped actually, because I was messing about with kind of this build, but I didn't want to run this account, so I was doing it on a different account. So I might just or on a different on my main account, that being the different account. Yeah. As we put in pummel, determined. And we put in these two. It's also kind of funny to see as I was watching a few streams today of other people just eyeing the competition a little bit, of course, and how, especially like smaller channels as well, like just seeing what the names are and stuff, basically just kind of have a little bit of an idea of who's around. And yeah, it's funny how many people are running specifically. I mean, for this event, it also makes sense. But yeah, how many people were running determined builds, especially on consoles and stuff, and some acting as if they were a little bit above their station, let's say, acting as if they were all that when it very much is the build. Like you just get one headshot and then you just spend some time body shotting. Like it's not a very hard thing to do. And yeah, I'm showing there that I'm taking the stats off of the pistol specifically. But yeah, this is mostly the D50 build. Yeah, I might go and charge up the memento in a little bit and just to get the all weapon damage bonus, and maybe to give it D50 numbers as well, because then I'll swap to my main account and give it Regulus numbers as well. Because also on my main account, I kind of want to add in numbers for the aces for Dread Edict, because that was a whole discussion that I accidentally had to have with someone. Like, where they were very much convinced that that aces build must be ran with a Dread Edict, where I very much kind of disagree. I very much rather have the setup that I have on it, which is with a SVD and a Nemesis, at least on the build picture of it. But yeah, basically swap that secondary out to whatever I want it to be. But yeah, I should add the Dread Edict at least to the build picture and with its like headshot number. Because yeah, it needs to be in there because too many people keep saying Or at least asking about the Dread Edict in that build. Which is not a bad choice. I just like SVD and a Nemesis better. But yeah, we have this one piece, which is not recalibrated, not optimized, and has maxed out weapon damage and maxed out headshot, making it quite a good looking piece. Basically came like that, god rolled, ready to go into this build, which are unicorns, but then in a different way, basically. Let's make them smaller. A little bit more. That's fine. And this fly really wants me to kill it. As it's really starting to annoy me. Wait, what else did I take? Oh, the black background. There we go. Yeah, so let's get some memento numbers for this thing. And actually, I'll bump my... Yeah, doesn't matter if it's normal or heroic for this build. I'll show a little bit of this build and how silly it is for those that haven't met it yet. Which, it's an awesome rest of the day before we build the canton. Okay, that is... yeah, then it's nice to have that rest, catching up a little bit on it. Feeling, you know, rested is... as I get older and older, it is becoming one of my most favorite things, is just to feel rested. Feeling just that, like, I have slept enough, I have eaten enough, I have taken care of everything. There are no worries in my head, and as I'm looking to see if ongoing is anywhere, it is not on the map today. Oh, Providence is on his own. This one will be very flooded with people looking for gifts, because that is still a popular item. But then yeah, I'll just go hit wherever there's a supply convoy that is easy to intercept. Let's go kill those guys. I don't like using that talent or being Bruce, so that's the game already feels easy. I completely agree. They need to fix the tournament, but also I'm not opposed to, like, if it's been in here so long that
head down into the
yeah.
sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room. We rigged explosives there that should get you inside the perimeter once you detonate.
Especially for this character that doesn't have the Regulus, it is a decent option. And the thing is, it's in the game. It's not an exploit or anything. It's working as intended, at least. So they say. Totally forget. Oh, I'm on the... Okay. I'm on a wrong DPI. That explains that a little bit. As I was very weirded out by how bad my aim was, which, I mean, sometimes happens. Oh yeah, I don't actually have to aim for heads. Like, headshots can be incidental. If I get one, I get one, but doesn't need to be, because even if I like actually body shot like that.
Detecting additional.
Yeah, this is a little bit silly that this is an option. But yeah, for people that like are farming and stuff and
Detected.
don't care about the challenge, it is it is a meta in that way. How did I only get like 4 mementos out of that? Because yeah, once you have determined going, actually there, it wasn't enough to get the kill. But yeah, as long as you also have a like a headhunter going, you can just body shot stuff, and like, just hitting anything will kill it,
Detected.
and that makes it a little bit, like, yeah, a little bit silly.
Vital signs.
But I'm still gonna go down because I overextended there.
Agent down.
I should not die here because I'll lose the mementos I've picked up already. As a mini tanks still hurt. Even when you're OP like that, mini tanks still hurt. And, we'll just solve it like that. As I'm just briefly just farming or getting my memento up, and then getting a screenshot of the weapon damage, and then we'll also take it to the range briefly and just a max headshot of the what it's doing when it's maxed out with the D50. Is she full up on resources? She is.
Hostile control point detected.
I want to go all the way into a convoy or a PP. Let's go with this thing. Because also along the way here, usually there's a bunch of stuff fighting each other. As previously stated. Because yeah, one of the things always was as well, like this existed as well, like just shotgunning
Guarding location nearby.
with Hand Thunder. Like I feel they should fix determined, but they also should fix these shotguns. Like this is the original determined. But I feel a lot of people just don't understand, I feel, how powerful shotguns are with Headhunter. Because if I find someone here before my Headhunter runs out. But yeah, basically once you have it going, like as long as you get a headshot, it's basically doing the same thing that a determined is doing. Although of course you have to kind of like aim towards the head. Sometimes you lose it as well.
Contacts.
But especially for instance with reanimated here, like just I'll have it right away again. And yeah, of course, shotguns will not have determined because you can't put determined on a shotgun. Shotguns are usually more pummel than determined. What shocked me?
Detected. Agent incapacitated.
Is there like a named group or something over there? I didn't notice. Because there's way too much stuff here. I'm only now recognizing that. Yeah, likely there was a named group. Yeah, very much like the Regulus better than the oh, there we go. There was a name group. Much like the Regulus better than D50. Because yeah, like that already existed in the game as well. Which, I mean, you kind of need reanimated for it to be as consistent as it is as I'm making it here.
Access key detected.
There's also that as well doesn't really care about ammo in the same way that like the D50 doesn't, because with pommel you're refreshing its ammo capacity over and over again as well. I am full up on memento. Let me actually first get the... yeah, no, I don't want to go in there then. I just want to go in a skill. That's all I want. because I want to take this weapon stats. Let me bring this up. And put this one here. Oh, I need that to be this, of course. This is 140. But actually, I should also put that the weapon is graded to 10. First, going into the void, and then let's get the symbol of the memento up against something black, like there. And let's copy and paste that as well, and put one here as well already. The name of the D50 there as well, or as well. As I said, as well, way too many times in previous sentences as well. Yeah. Now we're gonna pick up a memento, so we have another. We have shock rounds as well. Off to the range. Because I just want to have the full headhunter number, basically. I'm hoping that these range targets aren't affected by reanimated. Yeah, that seems normal. First, I'm gonna take. Oh, there's of course a stacking hunter buff as well. Let's have that be at full, just for easiness. So I'll take both of those, put those here as well. And yeah. Also, let's just turn on damage numbers, because yeah, the headhunter numbers go off screen way too quickly. I guess headhunter is full there. Let's make sure by double shotting this guy. Check. Okay, so that's 12.9. So you know what I should do? Just I'll do the killing on those guys. It's annoying that Headhunter doesn't show up. Is that the same number? Close enough. Mostly because the red is a little bit more legible. We'll put both numbers there. There's some numbers there. And yeah, Headhunter is super inconsistent always when it comes to the range and stuff. Yeah, because you're overlapping between health and damage or DTH, but also here, of course, I don't actually have DTH or anything. So, but yeah, it's always annoying. It's one of the least consistent numbers in the game, always. Let me vendor sort whatever I got here. Tossing them all out. Let me bring this back up. They need to fix the invisible bug on the XP's dying to spend. Yeah, I have ran a little bit into more enemies not showing up, but at least for me, it's been just for a second or two. So, yeah. I'm not sure if it's like consistency from like maybe regions or something like that.
I'm happy to have made a deal.
I was talking about how every item in build non-Regulus was pointless for general play. I mean, depends first off, because like depends on what general play means to you. Because plenty of people don't even like playing in a team with a Regulus because of the screen shake. Like that is already a killer for some people. But yeah, if you're in that speedrunner mindset, I can totally see that. But I would disagree. I feel in heroic and stuff, like other builds compete decently well, especially stuff like striker and such. And also, like, variety matters. Like, just for me as well. Like, there is no one build, because to me there is no one build. Well, from where speed and efficiency. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he of course is like, you're likely talking about it in the sense of likely legendary speedruns, which is kind of speedruns and legendary speedruns, which is his bread and butter, kind of. But then you have to also give that as the context. Like, there, yes, but not, yeah. What is because that build as well is so dependent. Same for this thing. It's so dependent on the player. It's not the build doing the speed run. It's the player and the build doing the speed run together. Like, you can't dissociate that thing, because this build does not work if you don't have perfect knowledge of, well, not perfect, but like if you have you need to have decent knowledge of where spawns are going to happen, how the mission is put together, where spawns happen in the mission, or if you're like convoying, where the convoy spawns are going to be. Because if you don't, you're much better off with just a striker build. But yeah, that build also went in now. So we have, oh, actually, I didn't name it yet. Let me actually go in and name this. Hunter's Fury Headhunter D50. As I get pushed around in the game, because why not? D50, yeah. No, that's good enough for now. What did I name the other one? Build that is like the sister build to this one. Actually, I need to. Okay. So this I want to change this around to be Hunter's Fury first, and then Headhunter. Headhunter. Regulus / shoddy. Because I'll take this part of this, control copy it out, and just go paste it over here.
It's hard to look people in the eye sometimes.
And I'll make this D50. Well, we'll also add in memento. making the name way too long, but it's fine. Basically, this thing has a much better shield. Even it has lower cap basically, but it has a much better shield. As I feel we are basically done with my homework. Thank you for joining me in doing my homework. As, I'll give that to the teacher tomorrow together with Apple and hopefully get a grade A for getting all of the build collection back up to not having any holes anymore. As I briefly check over here as well. I'm actually curious to see what happens when I do that. Okay, fix the other window, that's good. Because one thing I might be wanting to do before I move on is just going into the recommended build list. Because in here we have pistol and shotgun headhunter builds. I kind of want to add this one in as well. And I'm very like, this is the high-end headhunter, which is this one. In what order do I put these? I feel the other two, because they have Reguluses, actually will go above this one. But I'll put this, yeah, I'll put this one as third. So this is Shoddy D50 Memento Hunter's Fury. It's also weird that, oh no, actually no, I usually do put, I should standardize that a little bit. Because for instance here I go red future initiative, but then with other parts it's negotiator dilemma turret drone. Like you put the gear set all together at the front. But of course the reason for that is like redify is like how we say that one. So it's fine. It's fine. And then I want to get a link to it, which is this one. Copy that out. There we go. And let's see if the link works as well. It does. Whoop-de-doo. But yeah, then like the other version is in here, and then the high end, and then this one. Yeah, and I want to, one of these days I need to come in here and just put Striker at like the top of it. It very much like needs to be. The high-end red isn't more anymore direct. It's also so much easier to farm the other thing. Let me make sure I'm all working here, which seems to be the case. Yeah. So yeah, what I want to go do is, I've done the summit already on this account, right? I have. So knowing that ongoing directive is not on the map anywhere. Just triple checking. It's not. Because I kind of want to do that now before I kind of forget, or because otherwise I have to make a note of it and remember. So I am going to go do a few countdowns. And if anybody's interested in joining me for likely not as many as we did that other evening here, likely just a few, because I just need a decent chest for this ongoing. Then yeah, feel free to say so, as I'll give it a few seconds as I clean up a little bit here and just see if I'm full up on some resources and stuff. Just spend them on this kind of stuff. So. have some space. As also what I'll do is, seeing as I have the stash space and such available, especially on this again, is, oh, why is there no, why wasn't there a mod in that piece? That's weird. Send to stash. Oh, well, I equipped it, of course. I shouldn't have done that. Let's equip that one. Send to stash. Send to stash. I can go. Clips can go. This can go. This can go. This can go. I'll keep the Redify ongoing and this one. And Striker. I have enough space now. Get that memento back just in case. And making sure that my PFE can be loaded as well, just in case. Yeah, leaving me quite a bit of space to get some stuff in. And yeah, as I'll jump into a countdown here. Matchmaking into a challenging one quickly. As I'll do like one or two of those, getting warmed up as well.
An invite to another agent's group.
Oh, that as well. Like, there's a reason that Headhunter Reguluses are even like the D50 Reguluses or D50 Headhunters and Sniper Headhunters don't really show up much on my stream, or I haven't done a build showcase on any of them, or there weren't many good ones even on the build collection. Is that also, yeah, it's not my place. I don't enjoy hunting heads like that. I find it very like stressful almost. I'd much rather just be shooting a striker build out instead of trying to hunt like that. Mostly as well, I'm if I were to play it a lot, I would likely be better at it. But yeah, it's kind of also the reason I kind of like the focus aces a little bit better than like Headhunter snipers.
Reactor unstable.
Because like I get in my own head and I overthink it, and my aim isn't. It's not bad, but it's not pinpoint accurate the way that like Headhunter, to really get the most out of it, kind of needs it to be. I'm gonna fill up my FAMAS first. Well, I don't mean like this is a little stressful. It's just I don't enjoy it. Because of that, I get in my own head a little bit. I get frustrated that I miss headshots when I like should get them, because there's a lot of wiggle happening with heads, and after a while, if you do it for a while, kind of like with other animations, I kind of know, especially with the red builds, like when they're going to shoot my way, when they're not going to shoot my way, stuff like that. And if you run Regulus a while, you'll also get that with all of the enemies of like, okay, when this archetype is on fire, they will likely like punch over this way and stuff like that. But yeah, I've never been much of a Regulus player, so or a Headhunter player, so for me it's very much, yeah, I would have to climb that hill basically. We have is anybody going? Someone's going. Just making sure that somebody's going and getting that that one. As in we go.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
There's. I just now noticed there's a 17K, there's 11K, there's a 8K, there's a 3K. Some tuxes in here. Where's this guy? Oh. He found himself a corner to hide in. mean, yes, yeah. So that guy going up there is like, yeah, likely he's going after this. Oh, you know, when you're farming a specific gear set, here's a only tip that you will only, of course, get on a channel like this is if you want to farm for something, select it as your target. Because otherwise you will look like a dumbass, like I was there, where I'm trying to, of course, get an ongoing directive chest with enough stats on it that I don't have to spend too much on it. And that's not going to happen when it's not my target. So yeah, do as I say, not as I do.
Incoming.
I can loot everything and watch this be a setup. Nah, it's a closer, but it's with a blue and a yellow, so it's not going to be something useful to me. There's this last. Oh. I'll just blow her up like that.
Area secure.
The other two objectives are also fine, so let's just go cooling. I got all the loot, and if I didn't, I didn't. Especially when the way the NPCs move. Yeah. Yeah, especially that stuff. Okay? Especially in heroic, they wiggle around so much and stuff. But that's kind of the thing, like you learn just by experiencing it a lot, you'll learn how they wiggle. And you'll notice that, especially from players that have that play Headhunter a lot, regular Headhunters or just Headhunters, a lot. Like even when stuff is on fire and stuff, they'll still get the headshots in. But yeah, that just requires playtime, and like you have to kind of like the playstyle, which I personally don't at all. So I'd much rather have something like this. Because even in here, of course, like you can make, especially a Headhunter, kind of, especially the Determined Headhunter, you could run that in here as well, and it would be just as OP. But I rather don't. And also that screen shake, like that screen shake needs to like kind of go at this point. Also for mortars. I've gotten used to it mostly because I've like had to, like have played a lot with players that run Regulus. But it's still sometimes annoying. Sometimes, especially when like rewatching streams and stuff of my own, even it's kind of annoying to see that much screen shake. It kind of makes it harder to watch, I feel, as well. Because yeah, mortars having them as well is kind of like it really gimps that build, because mortar builds are actually really good. Like they're really good. It's just they have that annoying screen shake. Let's go get that. I'll catch up. We have plenty of time, so I'll catch up. Because, of course, if you leave it behind, it's going to be the one piece that you're after. Although, of course, I'm on my alt again. I can just spend watch points and just slam them, like, even a really low part up to full quite easily. As I've already actually emptied one watch alt for these 3 builds, kind of. Well, not just these 3 builds. I emptied them out for a little bit more. So likely as well, either before Monday, most likely I'll be doing another one of those runs of getting a watch alt done. And yeah, I'll have 2 spots again. So I'm gonna guess someone will be willing to fill those up. But yeah, likely Monday or Sunday.
You're gonna need to expose the transformers and remove any busted fuses.
Redirect except
Oh,
power.
somebody got the fuse right away as well. Will I make it? I made it.
What the hell was that? I think the floor is electrified. Watch your step, Agent.
Okay, this thing.
High-risk target detected.
Where's my analyzer over there? She'll hang out over here because this guy kind of moved away. Several of my allies are there. Hopefully. I'm hanging out here because, yeah, this is going to be the next fuse box. Once they hit that button. The button that 7 people are standing around it. Oh, actually, it's over there. I wasn't even at the right spot. That guy's getting that one. I'll get this one.
High-risk target.
This guy seems to be going for that. I'll go for the other side.
You're good to go. Just need to switch over to the new grid. This may take a while.
This guy is willing to stay up here. I'm gonna leave and see if he does the same. Nope. Okay, good. And it's his job to stay in there. Yep. Get that out. Also, I should be marking more enemies and stuff. Let's go up here. Just to get more bullets to my allies. Oh. I was God damn it, I'm gonna I was expecting us to be done because we're like a sliver away. But everybody left the circle when there's only a sliver left. Because they want me to be angry at them. Like, what was that?
Power grid.
I'm gonna go loot. Because I still need to loot a lot.
5 minutes to lockdown.
Electrical grid in danger of failure.
But yeah, those are the times because I've done, why I have trust issues. People leaving the circles like that kind of thing.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
We're gonna loot upstairs. The chopper isn't too far away because, yeah, this one's pretty central. I'm gonna go get it. And off we go. Yeah, so far the team has good damage and stuff. I'm not expecting any issues here.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
No downside is, yeah, they didn't wait for team, so the hunters are going to have fallen back all the way, likely. Oh, one of them's still here. Makes this fight a little bit harder.
System disrupted. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Actually, we're going to get a second one as well.
Agent down.
I'm not. As I get taken down. See that guy coming for me.
System reactivated.
It's 3 people try to res me as once. I'm weakened. I'm just gonna play it safe. I was trying to just normal pulse there, but I don't have a normal pulse, so that wasn't gonna happen. I'm gonna toss a foam grenade over there. Gonna mark as many stuff. I'm still weakened, but I'll risk it. I'll risk it for the brisket.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
No longer weakened. I still have a hive as well. Though. Was of course jammed the first time I went down. And what we really need to do is deal with this wave as they come down. Just letting these guys escape will be very bad for our health. I said, this is always like a dangerous part just because everybody goes looting instead of like shooting first. Like shoot first, loot second, except of course. I also quite often don't do that. I don't get to like act as if I don't, but especially there it's very much worthwhile to like loot first and then go loot. Making sure I haven't missed any loot. Doesn't seem so. It's all good. I'm doing a watch out. I haven't the solo one yet. Well, also, usually it's not recommended to do it fully solo. It's better to do call for backups, get group scaling in there. That will help. That will cut several hours off of a run.
Hold tight. Kilo inbound to your location.
Straggler. Is that a share or is that just my loot? That's a share. Yeah. As the 8K went and picked that up. Yes, that made sense. Although he has a clanmate in here, so that may have made sense, actually.
Torres is in position.
That's the last chopper we get, because the next chopper is going to be way too late. Just to get it. Off we go. Did you say you needed to run an iron horse for a regulus piece on your alt regular? That's one in 87 minutes yesterday with some pulp. Oh, those are two separate things. I was like trying to think of like, wait, how did you do a raid with? What do you mean? You mean you went to Woni, right? Woni run. Yeah. So on well. Especially on my alt account, I actually still need to just... I've done Dark Hours with them, I think, at some point, but I've never done an Iron Horse with them, because by the time I kind of had this account and was really running it, I was already kind of out of clans and stuff, so I wasn't really raiding anymore. Because yeah, I still need to get them a Eagle Bear, Ravenous, a Regulus. I also think I don't have a Bighorn on this account. I've gotten a Bighorn once, but I gave it away because but I haven't been doing much legendaries as well on this account, because I usually do that on my main account, because that's the place where I kind of do care about exotic components. I really don't care about exotic components on this account. If I really needed them, basically, I would just go and do the like the level 30 thing over and over again. So that one was a repair skill, explosive resistance closer, which. Yeah, sadly, that's not worth it in any way, shape, or form. But yes, well, I haven't done raids in like forever, kind of thing. So I would kind of like Dark Hours. I'm pretty confident that I still like remember 99% of it. Also, that one's pretty easy. Iron Horse, I haven't. I like don't remember any of the codes. I don't remember actually what the tank does in like the second fight. I don't remember at all anymore like how the cogs work. I used to do the cogs, but I don't remember at all like what the thing was with them. And of course, as well nowadays there's the other way of doing it where like they just listen to the ticks or something, and all that kind of stuff. Like I kind of know some of the positions with the Morzova fight, but I don't know like all of them. I wouldn't need to know all of them. I would just need to remember one, but like I don't remember which of the ads. Well, I mean, if I were to like just rewatch a guide for a second, I would kind of be reminded of it. But like, which of the ads drops the missile launchers, which doors they came out of, and stuff. I don't remember it. So let's see actually. So this would need a require, which I do have, two 6 crit chances. So I will actually put that in here. As I'm just going to optimize up this this vest. What is the color scheme of this thing? Gray, peach, garnet. Let's see, FG, peach, gray, garnet. Because if I put in this, ooh, this would need it to be the backpack that is Cheska. That might be more work than I'm willing to do. I do have a free talentable backpack of Cheska, so I could swap those two in spots in place. Surprised I didn't recognize that at all. This group of backpack is also coming from this. So I kind of want to keep that as an option of sharing. I'll hang on to this chest and just do that work later then. Because yeah, it's a little bit more complex than just because I totally didn't recognize that the chest, of course, is the Cheska piece. So this backpack can't make up for it on its own. But what I'll do as well already is on this chest, just give it. So yeah, it will end up crit damage and that crit chance mod. I'll optimize it up as well. And then I'll revisit this to put that Cheska backpack in likely. And then it will take a group of vest, which it has from a different build. Which she has from a different build. So because then she would land on 53. Let's do that, actually. Let's do that now. Because, let's see. She already has a group of Vigilance backpack as one of her loadouts. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. As I said, this grouper will stay with that other build. Annoyingly, this is one more piece in the inventory, but it's fine. I have a stash space now, so. And then eventually I'll go back in and just change the build picture of it as well. Because, of course, now it's with a different backpack. But yeah, I used to use these two pieces, which is the same like this backpack. And then, but then also I have both backpacks, so it's okay. Because it's going to get saved like this. So I either put in that Cheska chest, which is coming from a different build, several different other builds, or I put in a Coyote. Both of them play a little bit differently, so kind of makes sense. This will become a Wicked one, though. That also kind of works out even with the backpack, because I'll have a Vigilance one and a Wicked one on her. So I can even pick between those two. Because she has a Cheska backpack from a different build that, well, actually from the Redify. It's a Vigilance backpack, and then this one has a Wicked backpack. So that kind of works out. Yeah, this one will kind of, like with the same video, will be, yeah, with 5 pieces of a gear set, but then, yeah, it never gets run that way. Just either a chest goes in or a Coyote goes in. But then it's set up in both ways. And I'll actually run this version. Let's give it a run, because so numbers wise, because yeah, now it has its own Coyote basically, so it'll go 60 141 with a mid-range buff. Basically, this is going, instead of 20 plus 25 with Obliterate at full, this will go 35, or well, not plus, multiplied by. So those two are multiplicative to each other. So that 20% and that 25% is multiplicative to each other. But here it's just an additive 15% extra, basically. But of course, it already had Wicked as well. So that Obliterate was already kind of like 20%, kind of. Oh, actually, well, Wicked is only like 18%, isn't it? So Obliterate is like 21 point something percent at full strength added onto that. And then in this way, you have Coyotes as well. Let's go to run this one. The Obliterate one seems a little bit better choice, but I'll go do a challenging countdown on this one as well. Next time we have 8. Well, yeah, the thing is, you don't just need 8 people. You need 8 people and somebody too that
You are now in a group.
knows it or is willing to be the raid leader, basically. Because yeah, I would need a raid leader for even for Dark Hours. I likely have forgotten something about Dark Hours, especially with the. You know, I likely remember most of it. I kind of don't remember how the laptops worked in the mid, like how that fight went, the plane fight with both sides. Although of course most people nowadays do that with a 7-1. Like back in the day, we just always used to do it the normal way, 4 people on each side, and then getting the teams together after half of the fight. But then, like towards the end, when I stopped raiding, it was already the standard to go like 7 and 1.
Infiltrated the power plant. They triggered a lockdown.
And then having just one person move across.
Near a nuclear reactor.
Boomer, I feel I remember everything.
We need to remove the virus from the control servers and restore
Yeah,
calm.
the annoying thing is, of course, you don't know what you don't remember. So it might be that I'm like misremembering one very important thing.
Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
Because yeah, at this point, it has been years. Well, no, actually, it hasn't been years. My last raid was like 8 months ago, 9 months ago. But that was just one raid where I got drafted in because they needed someone. And I was like, okay. But also that was with a team of like people that like raid almost like several times a week for the rest of it. So I was just getting fully carried. Like I was just on ad duty for most of it and just lazy mode. There's a lot of armor. Like it's me and one other guy which are full red, or well, full, like not without any blue cores at all. And everybody else is. And I should mark these guys even if they're dying instantly. As we have the close range buff, so gonna get some bullets on my FAMAS.
Vital signs critical.
I'm just gonna avoid dying there. Leaving it to my allies to finish him off.
System back online.
So we have a reactor and containment available to us. Let's go containment first. As somebody's also going. But the main is admin, so it's better to go containment first, and then
Shade tech detected.
we'll go across.
Secure the area so we can bring in the engineer.
Somebody went straight into turbine.
Protect the engineer.
Rogue sniper
I'm
turret
gonna
detected.
just mark him.
Hostile sniper turret detected.
Who was it even?
Rogue
I kind of want to see just who it is.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
They're 5k,
Rogue striker drone detected.
which
Hostile striker drone
of course makes sense.
Rogue assault turret
And they're dead.
detected.
They went into a solo space where everybody was in range as well for it, so they got 8-man scaling VIP and are dead on the ground. They're not respawning as well, which is their only real option. No one's going to come and get them. Oh, they respawn there.
Risk target detected. Area secure.
Let's do some using again. Get some chances at some closers. Yeah, the VIP is very much dead. Why does it show loot here? Okay. That was well hidden. Out of curiosity, I kind of want to... Why is there a companion in here when they only have a... when they don't have a... Because yeah, you can do it with the decoy, but you don't want to be standing like next to a decoy. Because I usually want to toss your decoy pretty far away from you. I might go down it once more. He assaulted once more solo.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
It's okay. They're only 5k. They have plenty of time to still like
Failure to override protocols.
learn how the game works.
Station shutdown.
Although at least this time they don't have to respawn because there's actually people here.
Target.
You kind of feel bad for making fun of people like that, but also like, come on, dude. Because all they really wanted was a selfie with the VIP, of course.
Target neutralized.
Here.
High risk hostile.
There we go.
Area secure.
Agent, head to the administration building.
Onto the main. Yeah, we have the close range buff, so this one is pretty straightforward.
Agent, you've reached the administration building. I need you to fix the comms.
I'm most weirded out that like the Isaac line clearly goes this way, basically always, and so many people like follow that thing religiously, except here, where it's actually it's much better to go the inside route as I went instead of going all the way around on the
I
outside.
know it's your favorite job. Need you to search the control room and find the server.
And yeah, I'm gonna beeline it for that thing, except if the chest is here, which it isn't. So I'll go just push button and then just sit in this thing because I don't trust my teammates.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
Because yeah, I'm not this guy's level 46. I don't trust them to stay in here. But also they don't need to stay here unless like if you do, I won't. Or okay, if then I'll go set up for the next one. Now watch them step out right away.
Nice job. You're a pro. Now,
Because that has happened
find
many a
another
times.
server.
And they spawned upstairs. Oh, then I didn't hold long enough, which is a dumb mistake that I've made before as well.
System breach.
There we go.
Initiating safety protocol.
High risk.
And there, I wish I had trauma. It's fine. He still died pretty easily. As we're waiting over here for it to finish. Nope.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One more server.
I'm hoping my allies just finish those guys off. Will I get this button once more?
Initiating safety protocol.
Oh, nice. They started it as well right away. And someone's even getting control room. It's amazing. Teamwork. Yep. Was about to take one more step left and get blown up by that thing. As I don't see... Oh. As I said, trust issues. As everybody has left the control room.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Communication systems shut down.
Because of course they are.
Override safety protocols to cancel.
Why stay in a circle when you can leave the circle? Gonna mark some stuff. They've gone back in this circle, so I don't need to run over there.
System rebooted. Communications restored.
I'll go this way because I see this guy escaping.
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the extraction point.
Okay, and big chest and go.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
Extraction is all the way across the map because yeah, we spawned north and west, and we're at the west side now, so the extraction is going to be east. We need to go all the way across. Although we have close range buffs, so as long as we play it aggressively, push into them, make use of the close range buff, then we'll be fine. I don't want to move in as a blob at the very least. At least 4 are here, although 1 broke off, kind of. They're still here. Yeah, I don't want to be the pet of the snake. I'm a red build. Everybody else has basically more armor than me, except this guy. It's the only guy that has the... Actually, there's 2. Actually, no. Some of them swap builds, actually. And of course, the guy that went in the VIP also instantly spawns the enemies.
Get on that
But yeah, we have close range buff,
incoming.
so it shouldn't be too hard. I'm gonna break off to this side.
System restored.
Kill something. I'm gonna work on these enemies. Actually, I'm gonna push in, of course, because close range buff. Basically clearing my allies' backs so that they can push in.
Detected.
It's weird that that hunter survived on that sliver.
Send up a flare so
This
Torres...
thing doesn't need to stay alive.
System reactivated.
Decently nice. Got a purple enemy from the chopper. Which is likely because of several low-level players alongside of us. See this thing going down, and let's not. Let's not have that thing go down. Even though there wasn't anything alive for it to heal or buff, so it wasn't too bad. But.
I saw them.
There we go. As yeah, we continue our farming here. That was that. Okay. So actually, after this run, I think I'm gonna swap accounts. Go back to my main account. I still need to do a descent run, so I'll or well, a descent, just one of the projects. I kind of want to do that today, just to have that done. So I'll be going and doing that, and if anybody else is interested in joining me for that, we can go in as a group. Otherwise, I'll be doing it in solo mode.
Hold tight. Helo inbound to your location.
I see them.
Ooh, as my lack of sleep is catching up to me a little bit. Somebody blows up some grenades underneath them.
Position.
can still get this chopper quite easily, even.
I got something here.
The only danger is if too many people leave, sometimes what you get is, if kind of like whoever's the group, not per se the group leader, but kind of like the session leader is, you'll get that loading screen and be put in a different position, which is super annoying. Is off we go. So I'm gonna clean up this character and get apparently I missed a few hunters.
You did a great thing.
Likely missed, well, I missed 2 hunters. Wonder, did I just not grab the loot off of the... Trying to remember how the start of that went, but can't really remember. So.
Entering safe area.
But yeah, we still got some loot out of it. I got a few names. Some of them maybe from Targeted. Would be nice. And this version as well, and it kind of works as well. It's basically the same thing as the other one, which kind of sucks because yeah, then I'm gonna keep both versions of it basically. Because if one version was like obviously better, I could just stick to one version and skill haste repair skill. Yeah, nah. Because there was a closer there. It's kind of like thinking of, is there anything useful to do with that? But no is the answer. Max mod and snare duration, which I might not have yet. So let's see if that is the case. Oh, so they get a mod. Yeah, quite a few of her mods are actually pretty like not full. Should maybe go farm some mods one time on Legendary. On both accounts, kind of. A bunch of these aren't full. Like, are shield ones full? She does have that one. She does have that one. But actually not full holster regeneration. That's interesting. Let's also get 2 exotic caches. Oh no, just 1. But yeah, most of the way there to the next one. Don't have any more stars yet. Let's pop these 2 as well. Memento and I remember wanting to keep a memento, which... Oh, do I have one in my stash still? Okay, this is her crit damage one. Okay, that one's in the stash for alts to grab as well, or for like watch alts. So I don't need that one. But yeah, at this point she has a headshot one and a crit damage one, or a crit chance one in her inventory. She doesn't use a crit damage one, so it's fine without it. Whatever this weapon is also needs to go still. So I'm considering maybe altering the build picture to show this as well. But I likely will save that for the future or something. Because I'm fine with it as is, basically. So it's saved like this, and then most of the time, more likely than not, I'll be using this Cheska chest with it. I feel this version is actually not this Cheska chest. I'll be using this group of chest. Because now it's a Cheska backpack. So Because yeah, in this layout, it kind of, this feels to me like the more, like the more better one than with a Scorpio. But yeah, I'm gonna swap accounts real quick. This might break audio for a second, so, but I'll fix that if it does. Well, actually, when I load up the other game. Yeah, it's gonna go black for a second. As I wait till it lets me log out. Which always takes way too long as the game, like, it closes and then it actually is still like running for a few minutes, 30 seconds or something before it actually closes and you get to log out and log in. Because I'm gonna jump on my main account. I still need to do one descent. So yeah, if anybody's also interested or still needs one of their descent projects, because yeah, I'll be just going to the Nemesis, just killing a Nemesis and getting out. If anybody is interested in joining for that, feel free to say so. And otherwise, I'll be soloing it. As the game is loading back up, so we'll be back there in a second. And yeah, this evening as well, I won't be going very long, likely another hour and a half, likely. Making it a little bit of a shorter stream, but going to bed on time a little bit, and tomorrow trying to be a little bit productive. Because mostly I still want to finish up the damage calculation or a damage in-depth guide, damage calculation in-depth guide, the actual written guide part of it. As I don't remember which one still needed their project. I feel likely by order of elimination, it's this one, likely. Is the most obvious one. But I've done them in order.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by hostiles.
Yeah, weekly descent.
Safe area entered.
As they are under FI tech tank. I'd be down if there's space. Yeah, well, currently there's only me in here, so yeah, definitely. I think you already have me on your friends list. Feel free to just join on me if you're ready to go. As well, give it like another 20 seconds, and then we'll head in. Likely just the two of us, as most people will have most of their projects done, or they do it just on one character. Most people have had their fill of countdown. So I'm looking through those items as if they're my inventory, but that's not the case, of course. So just making sure that she's completely empty going in. As you're inside of a mission, it seems. Yeah, this account has all of the upgrades, or actually,
Another agent is now in your group.
as he joins as well. And yeah, if there's anybody else interested in joining, feel free to say so. Otherwise, we'll be going in a little bit. Actually, no, it's Enigma. That's a weird looking headhunter. As they're still in pro as well. And indeed, greetings, Essie. Just out of curiosity, as always, I inspect everyone. Headshot headhunter. In yeah, one of the better setups for it, indeed. Yeah, let's head in. Let's just. Yeah, indeed, it is quite. Well, I mean, it's not cheating when it's allowed by the game rules, basically. But yeah, as I showed as well, like the shotgun headhunter kind of has like the similar issues, basically, especially with this global event. Although the determined D50 is even easier. But yeah, As yeah, we go and kill a nemesis, and that's yeah.
Entering safe area.
That's I need
Shape
to
tech prohibited. Access.
let me touch button.
Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program.
Yeah, it's still weird to me to
Simulation.
see my characters without like their with their without their like their clothes and stuff that I'm used to. I'm gonna take this LMG. I'm gonna skip this choice for skill because none of these skills will give. So all three will suck because yeah, this will be healing hive, this will be random, and this will be an actual air burst for the nemesis. So I'm gonna avoid all those. It's getting 250 credits extra, an extra reroll. And yeah, what we'll be doing is going for all of the easies. Just going speed running for the nemesis basically.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy.
I can't leave this.
Hostile construction.
As he has that door, I'll go get this door. Up to loop 4, we only have one wave per room. As I'll fix the camera after this room. So we're gonna be pretty aggressive because yeah, not much will spawn. Once we just kill whatever spawned, we're done.
Console.
I should be using my pistol a little bit more. Should be saving my LMG ammo for the boss fight. Actually, what is my free talent? Concussion as my free talent. Not sure that's gonna survive. Concussion isn't bad, but it's also not great for especially the nemesis. I'm gonna need a reroll here because that one was horrible. That one's not much better, but at least lucky shot is a little bit useful. And yay, gonna get a red talent here.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Easy. Hostile construction initiated.
As we do the dance of who's taking which door. This is always a dance that just happens. And I keep getting the easy door. One enemy spawns.
Online.
Of course I'll deal with them and then help my ally. Ooh. Yeah, I'll take vigilance.
Operator cleared to select new room. Room selected.
Electricity lab.
Easy.
I'll take the
Hostiles
door downstairs here.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
There's also a door upstairs.
Console available. Supply station activated.
I'll take Overwatch, so that'll apply to both of us. So feel free to avoid that one. I'll keep it up
Operator cleared to select.
pretty high uptime. Yeah, ventilation.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Easy.
Both of the upstairs ones. I'll take the left side.
Hostile construction.
Gonna blow up that one. Don't even have unhinged. I just don't have a good aim. Actually, I'll leave that one. I'll shoot it when they come out. I had a few more misses there than I actually did.
Friendly
Console online.
And yeah, concussion is gonna go away because I got to have unhinged. We came downstairs, so we're going upstairs to exit.
Operator authorized to select new room.
Yeah. Which room shall I pick? Oh, it's
Room
only this
selected.
one.
Difficulty rating. High value target.
I'll stay on this end and
Hostiles constructing.
shoot these guys. We're gonna both stay over here. We can snipe across, basically. So, as he has that door mostly, I'll actually aim on the other end. Oh. Gonna take the full reload here on my LMG. Once it's done, I can. Okay. Usually this first boss, especially solo, is kind of the hardest. And let's hope for some plagues. No plagues. Out of these 3 bullet hell. And I'm gonna take red, blue, red, blue, red, blue for Nemesis fight. I have enough for armor kit as well. You need a skill, kind of. Burst or fire sticky works. Just to give the Nemesis a fire sticky as well.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy.
I'll take the far door.
Constructing.
Here we got 3
hostile
doors here, right? Anymore? Or I think in loop 2 with 2 men you get 3 doors. And easies even. Yeah, we do. Yes, yeah. This guy spawned from somewhere else.
Console available.
As I keep trying to hit reload, I'll take clutch out of those. Keep trying to hit reload, but I of course have bullet health. I have infinite ammo.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Medium. Hostile construction initiated.
Could use my burn sticky. I have it, might as well use it. I like fire cam a lot better. Mostly because it also goes through door boundaries, where the fire sticky doesn't.
Console active.
A little bit of preservation. Yeah. Let's maybe actually let's take this hard one. Because yeah, that one's just a medium. This one has 3 reds. We could use some more red talents. If it was an easy one, because yeah, we're pretty much ahead of the amounts basically.
Construction initiated.
Actually, I'll set up for this store. Yeah, here we have 4 doors. Only like 3 of them will spawn something. So. But loop 2 is just only 1 body still. So
Console available.
easy.
Supply station available.
I'll take Allegro. Yeah, so getting a good mix of red talents is usually kind of what the Nemesis fight actually needs. Now let's take the far one to get more reds. Right. I love how it comes up and says like, not your turn!
Easy.
Exclamation mark. Nothing at that door. So I'll
Hostile spawn from
do
highlighted
this
doors.
door. Still ignited it too early, turns out.
Console available.
Even more Overwatchy. What's on? 10k NSA tech
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High value target.
is a little bit much. I wish I had something to spend it on.
Combatant.
But of course, there are people like that. I've reached 100k and stuff. As he's setting up for that door, I'm gonna actually set up for this forward one. Because they'll spawn on that one and then walk into my line of sight here. Come on. Imagine actually holding an LMG like this and then just firing it. that doesn't seem healthy for your wrists. That should be enough to kill them with. There we go. Yeah, hopefully we get another exotic talent choice as well along the way. Would be nice. I wouldn't mind having Plague alongside of Bullet Hell. So I'm not going to pick any of these because a Jammer is a random skill for the Nemesis, and a Reviver and a Booster are healing hives, which can be very annoying. So what I'll take maybe is I'll take this as ASG, just so I don't really need credits. I'm good on credits. I can even take a red and a yellow. I actually don't have many yellows yet. I'll take both reds. Yeah. It's with EMP.
location. Difficulty rating, easy. EMP attack simulation online. EMP hazard activated. Hostile construction initiated.
Your crimes!
Oh, we're fighting outcasts.
Console available.
Oh yeah, I have bullet hell, of course. Which kind of means as well, let's. I will still need steady-handed for going unhinged a few. So I'll still take that one. As yeah, for instance, Lucky Shot doesn't have much use now with bullet hell. Actually, but I picked it, of course, before I had bullet hell. So.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating, easy.
Oh no, hey there, Kano. No, we attempted once again.
Hostiles constructing.
Tuesday or Wednesday, I think.
From highlighted
Last
doors.
Tuesday or Wednesday. We got to 36 this time, and then died mostly because we were basically tired, which is the thing that's gonna happen a lot with that. Because at that point we were like 8 hours in, although with that run we were only 6.5 hours in. But we had one run before it where one of us crashed, where Xander sadly crashed at like loop 10. So take obliterate and hope for surgical. Either that or getting agonizing as well.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating.
And Doom, it is as you say, you haven't tried this one yet. It is actually pretty fun, and there's a weekly project tied to it which gives comms. So if you're someone that wants to have basically the full collection of things, get the store first and then double back around. You kind of have to do it because the comms currently only come from the weekly project, and you get one per week. It's being a weekly project, so you kind of have to like just bear the grind basically.
Console available.
And gameplay wise, it's actually pretty fun because you end up no two runs are the same. Even though I could grab Unhinged there, I'm going to grab Trauma, because Trauma will make it infinitely easier. Right? So if we for the Nemesis fight.
Difficulty rating, easy. Electrical hazard simulation activated.
As we have electrical.
Hostile.
Actually, I almost never take this room, so I don't actually remember where talks happen. But yeah, especially so, and also it. What I kind of like about it is that it's quite different in like the start of it, the midpoint of it, and like the end game of it is all quite a little bit different. Because here, for instance, we're just leveling up. We're trying to get the best talents that we can get and stuff. I'll take that surgical. And then the mid game is very much about trying to get your build together like how you want it. Kind of because you'll have enough credits to reroll and stuff. You'll start getting all three of the exotic talents that like you'll get enough exotic talent choices to like have the tree that you want to have. And it very much becomes about build making if you go past the Nemesis basically.
Hostile construction initiated.
And it's just also just variation wise. Okay, it's the 3 doors downstairs. So I'll set up here in Overwatch position basically. Also saved enough ammo to just be very like just gung-ho with my ammo. I need to be. I'm just gonna wait for them to have that happen to them. Yeah, I'm sticking to cover because I'm providing overwatch to both of us. So important for me to stay in cover. That one is a buff for both of us. So, and I've gotten decently good at just you know doing that thing. As the boss is still alive, I'll go help with that as well. So, there's only one more ad alive or two. Oh, although of course she almost blows me up. Well, one of them does. And just as a reward for that, oh, I missed. What's still alive? And of course, this game mode has one thing that no other game mode has, which is the ability to give you blueprints that of a lot of the named items. And for me, those will be like a long-term projects to get. you need to get reconstructed caches for those, and then get lucky enough to have a blueprint in it. And there's a bunch of them, and it's a long grind. I'll take utility and an armor kit. Gonna take this classic M44, and maybe if I get plague, then we have 2 more boss fights. We might get 1 more exact talents, and it might be plague. Also, I like that one better than the. Do you still need NSA credits? I see. Because we can take the boss room otherwise. Okay. Oh, you've done this a lot then. Yeah, let's just take this then.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy.
You have 4 times my amount basically. So I'm gonna guess you've been spending some time in here. As they have that door, I'll stay on this one. Oh, actually, I didn't even pay attention that the door behind me was as well active. And yeah, we're on loop 4, so we'll start getting 2 waves.
Console.
Usually what I do is, and actually I think that's his thing as well, is actually I could take composure. Vigilance is fine against Nemesis actually, so I'll stick with that. I'll take another steady-handed.
Operator cleared to select new.
Which is to like I usually use my LMG a little bit and then swap over to my pistol once there's only a few enemies left. And that's just to conserve some ammo for the boss fight.
Difficulty rating.
I would much rather have too much ammo for the boss fight than too little.
Hostiles constructing.
But yeah, usually once it's thinned out a little bit, then like it doesn't really matter. Although of course I also have like this sniper rifle that I kind of should use. Of course, it isn't a one-shot kill. It's like a sliver off from being a one-shot kill. Actually, with bullet hell, I can kind of you make up for a lot of ammo, but
console active.
I'm gonna take a reroll here. I'll take second obliterate.
Operator authorized to
Yeah,
select.
with these rooms, it's always you come in one way and you leave the other. So, but I always, of course, forget. By the time that the fight's over, I already forgotten like which way we came in.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
The focus. Yeah, the focus to hit 40 is kind of like 40 is a bit much.
Hostile spawn from high.
Very much too much. Like they shouldn't put those kind of modes in a game and put patches on it, especially like if that patch didn't exist, I wouldn't care either. Really, I would just never hit that 40.
Serious trauma detected.
It's like I'll just kill this guy before the turret actually hurts me, but then the turret hurt me a lot. Trauma is really nice for that. It's just you just CC one enemy at the very least
Console
with that blind,
active.
and of course with the hunter fight,
Supply
like
station activated.
it's likely one of the best talents that you could have. Yeah.
Operator cleared to select new room.
Oh yeah. That's this one.
Entering new location.
Well, I mean, the one is always there. It's always it's never a bad idea.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from
I
high.
often still go in, especially when the maintenance is on, basically in Div 2. I'll go poke either in there or in breakpoint or something like that. I put my sticky down so far ahead of it spawning, so that I actually it timed out by the time it could be used. Oh, that's not an LMG. I thought that was an LMG on the ground, but that's actually a rocket launcher, lady. I have to make the same mistake again, I feel. Okay. I'm like, I'll just kill the guy before the turret shoots, but then the turret shoots. Anyhow, this is the second wave, so that's the last enemy.
Console
So
online.
I'll just relocate and try to help. I mean, actually, yeah, I have a bullet hell. How many credits do I have? I'll take more steady handed.
Operator authorized to select new room.
Off to the bosses. And yeah, well, it's kind of fun to like not have your gear.
Difficulty rating.
Like even I kind of felt the same way starting out, especially, but now it's kind of become part of like my routine of just like several times a week I'll go in and do a run up to the Nemesis. Try to get some reconstructed caches, maybe, because every Nemesis completion is 12%, if I remember correctly. Chance of a reconstructed cache. Meaning that it's very uncommon. It's 1 in 8, basically. Less than, even. Oh yeah, I have a sniper rifle. weird that that bomb guy went away from me. They usually try to rush you down instead. And yeah, we're decently strong, which is good. Because sometimes you just you don't get the choices that you need. In talents, you might need too many rerolls, and you'll run out of credits and stuff, and not have slots, and that'll like escalate in that way to you know, make it a hard run. I only still need Vindictive in yellow, so I'm just gonna splurge on some armor kits and some ammo capacity. And I still need a skill. But none of these is a good choice. None of the weapons is really a good choice. So that means that our nemesises will have two random skills. One for the hollow and one for my empty slot, which should still be fine. Because I just had no good choices really at any point. Fighting some outcasts. Likely coming up the stairs, I'm gonna guess. Or on this side now.
Console available.
Yeah. Some more surgical. Don't remember which way it came in. Actually, I think we came in downstairs. So. I like question sniping HE over gear set. Decided to practice more sniping over control. Currently, hotshot is kind of like the go-to. Hotshot and with the spear for like actual sniping. If you like, bolt action sniping.
Entering new room.
Are the two ways to go, especially if you're going headhunter. And then Ace's focus can kind of work as a like a different way.
Constructing.
I'll go set up upstairs here.
Highlighted doors.
Till in this door. Go shot on the two others there.
An agent needs assistance.
Because I heard that rusher and stuff behind me, but I also had stuff in front of me. So I first took care of the stuff in front of me, making sure that that side was safe. Just like it. afterwards go help my ally.
We'll have to do this the hard way.
Console
There we go.
active.
Ah, vindictive. Yeah, let's just take the easy. We actually have we're already gonna hit Nemesis because I
Difficulty rating easy.
think there's one more room even after this one, right? But we're gonna already be at Nemesis here.
Combatant.
Where's this guy at?
More rations for me.
Gonna cover to cover just to keep Overwatch up.
Console available. Supply
Yeah, having ran Overwatch way too much in trying to get to loop 40. Yeah. Gonna need a reroll here even with all of those red traces. Let's take Obliterate up one. Because that one will work decently well in the Nemesis fight as well. Let's maybe take the hard, just for the credits, so we have even more credits for some special ammo and stuff. Because yeah, we're at 100 Nemesis, so. And this room on hard isn't too hard.
entering new room.
I'll blow that up though.
Hard.
I'm gonna take position here.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Immediate medical assistance needed.
I thought not much spawned on that side, then a lot much spawned on that side. No.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, watch yourself as
Agent down.
that's yeah, watch out. If you can disengage, then I'm decently safe.
Agent down.
Sadly, yeah.
Agent
As yeah, our hubris got the better of us, and at the final room before the Nemesis, actually. Because yeah, this was indeed the final room before. Oh, there's no sorry. I went down first. I should be sorry, but also I'm not sorry. Sometimes shit happens. I had a rusher and I couldn't get him in time, and that left you to be surrounded. There was way too much stuff left at that point still, because I hadn't killed much of my side basically, and stuff like that sometimes happens. Like. As if you are up for it, Essie, I'm up for attempting one more time. Because we should still be grouped together, I feel. Yeah.
facility detected. Combat simulation program active.
And I put my caches just so those are out of there. Okay. If anybody else as well is interested in joining us for some descending, feel free to say so. I'll give it a second to anybody is interested, as I'll briefly check if anything here is worth keeping or trashing or what. So one of the things they kind of need to up is the XP amount and stuff that you get. For instance, for there we got 3. I got 2 levels basically for that time. So that's not really great. I'm briefly checking something on Discord as well. Oh yeah, no, they're not in division. So let's head in once more. And it's very much one of the things that I mean, most people have found already is that getting to Nemesis is also very much reliant on how many people in your team, if you're solo, preferably yourself, then get Plague of the Outcast as one of their exotic talents. Because Plague is very strong up to like loop 30.
Activated.
It's OP up to 30. But then it kind of, to me at least, it falls away a little bit afterwards. I'm gonna take Blinder and I'm gonna take this Og. I'll pop all these just for when we get back here once more. I'm almost considering going this media. Let's just do the easy room, especially as the first room before we have talents and stuff. Is we can get preservation or something out of this room.
Entering new location.
Actually, what was my free talent? Fast hands. One that I haven't used much in here. I've been considering making a setup with fast hands,
Constructing hostile combatant.
but haven't yet. Or like, oh yeah, this SMG has 25 rounds of core base. Totally forgot about that. Should have just taken the credits and stuck to pistol.
Console. Active.
None of these per se. I'll take Entrench just to
Operator clear
take
to
something.
select new room.
Yeah. Let's just take the easy route
Entering new location. Difficulty
for now.
medium.
Yeah, I don't have any damage talents yet.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Let's move!
On Dodd's video, he says hot shot is. I mean, then is he like recommending tips? Because yeah, damage like on numbers wise, tips makes the most sense. Hot shot's utility in like reloading your shit is actually pretty strong, I feel.
Operator authorized to select new room.
But yeah, basically both tips, and because with tips you kind of have to also like do that thing of actually using the TAC 50, which
Room selected.
I'd rather just use whatever sniper I have in my hand, basically. And yeah, and aces just is not great for headhunter. To me, it very much works better with focus. That's also why I put it with focus. With headhunter, it's just outclassed by
Console.
tips and
Available.
hotshot. Gonna take trauma here just to have it already.
Operator selected. Select new room to proceed.
Oh, let's take the. Yeah. The boilers.
Room selected. Difficulty rating, medium. Hostiles constructing.
Let's use that one. I'll go get the other one.
Highlighted doors. Console online. Supply station available.
Okay, I got Overwatch. So
Operator authorized to select new room.
costed me 2 rerolls though, but no other choices were before it. Which likely means I won't have enough for a slot unless I
High value.
don't get my... I'll go set up a cross. If you have that door, I'll grab this door. Because I have a blinder, even if the boss spawns on me, it'll be fine. I say.
Get ready.
As a narrator voice already, of course, is getting ready to get in here and say it wasn't. Well, it's fine. Likely we could do a dance with him. Usually when they're blinded, they go away from you. This guy walked towards me as he was blinded. Plague! No plague. I'm gonna take bullet hell then, out of those. Oh, well, as you get plague this time, and yeah, likely quite often you still get another talent. Well, it depends. Some runs you get none. Some runs you get 4. I've had runs where I've gotten 4 exotic choices before before loop 5 nemesis, or loop between loop 5 and 6 nemesis. So we briefly hydrate. Do I have enough for a slot? I do have enough for a slot. Okay, so I'm fine. It's good. I do get to choose a weapon or something. Fire starter, very much. The Eclipse in me very much wants that. I think fire starter is likely like the best skill, especially starting out here. Mostly because it does go across a door's boundary.
Constructing
You
hostile
can
combatant.
just set it like this, and just when things spawn, they just all die. Oh yeah, the fire sticky doesn't go through the door boundary.
Console online.
Eyeless would even be an option here as well. Just gonna take... I really much rather have steady-handed than that. I'll take a reroll. Because yeah, braced isn't bad, but mostly just you really only need it if you're going very deep. At least I feel like steady-handed does the work of it without as much cost.
Room selected. Difficulty rating, medium. Hostile construction initiated.
Yeah, and even on PC, like the setup for snipers, I should have used my fire camera as well, is to go headshot weapon handling, especially on high end, and then basically even on tip of the spears or hotshot, and the two pieces that are high end, you just go headshot weapon handling. If you go all high end, which isn't common anymore, you would go composure is fine. Oh, it's a costly 2 rerolls, but yeah, it'll be fine. Let's maybe take this medium. We're ahead of the curve still, and that'll get me a few credits,
Medium.
and also more red choices here. So
Hostiles constructing.
also
Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
I'll remember to use my fire cam this time. Here you go. He said
Available.
he had me now.
Supply station available.
Oh, I'm trying to reload my weapons again, but I have bullet. So, yeah. I'm spending way too much on rerolls. I can take strength. I don't have a slot for strength. Never mind. I can't take strength. But I had surgical as well. So. How far? We would be too far behind the curve, I feel, if we took another hard. So let's just take this. So we have
Entering new
38 Nemesis going into the next part.
Hostile construction initiated. Console available.
I'm gonna try out fast hands once. I've never tried out fast hands really, because I usually go the route of chatter, and a steady shot, and then like once you have steady shot full up anyway, or a lucky shot.
Selected. Difficulty rating. High value target.
I'll go where I usually go, which is upstairs here.
Initiate.
Might get zapped, but that's okay. We're still out of combat here. I'll just hang out around here because most of the things will come to me. Okay, this pistol will work better. It's mid-ranges than that. But yeah, I should do that. I'll go close the range. Mostly because I have SMG. And like, I don't fare really well at the ranges I was trying to use it at. Happy that named really ignored me. But I'm afraid he won't be for long. Because I'm just killing everything else. Gonna set him on fire as well here. Just finish him off together. Well, I mean, it's like with all modes. Like for instance, for me as well, I'm gonna take this classic M44 as well. Just in case we get our good friend of Plague or an exotic talent, basically, along the way. It's actually surprising to see that I was decent enough on credits. Oh, but yeah, we need to catch up a little bit on our nemesis because yeah, we're 2% behind the curve,
Rating. Easy.
but we'll make it. I'll
Constructing hostile combatant.
take this close door. We're still on loop 3, so still only one wave. So once we kill whatever spawns here. Oh yeah, and bullet hell, of course. I'm like, I'll fire this SMG till it runs out of ammo, and then I'll swap my pistol, but
Active.
that of course never will happen. I'll take stranger. But yeah, all these modes are kind of very much because yeah, actually like when
Difficulty rating.
a month or two ago actually, because I also kind of skipped this mode a lot back when it like kind of came out. I played it on PTS a little bit, but didn't really catch my fancy much. Kind of with the same idea as well of like just I like my builds and stuff, but so I didn't get into it till a little bit later. But yeah, it's not hard to grasp. Basically, it's very much.
Console.
It is different because a lot of the talents work different and stuff, numbers wise, and of course you're stacking them and stuff. Yeah, I'll take that. But yeah, it's pretty easy to learn, and it's kind of fun, especially the not having all the tools that you have usually access to, but also having different tools, like especially the mid range, the like loop 15 to 25 kind of gameplay of like having plague with incessant chatter, having a weapon that is like super steady and
Hostile construction initiated.
is just the laser beam, and then like is applying plague at like 1500 RPM and stuff. Kind of feels like you're cheating almost.
To keep moving.
Damn, there is fire!
On the target position. Boom out.
Right.
Console. Available.
So it is fun. So I do recommend like at least try that. As with all game modes, it's just it's worth knowing it at the very least, a little bit of it. Because yeah, especially like having plague and stuff on weapons that, of course, normally plague is only on the pestilence, but here you get to have it on any weapon. You get to have the chatterbox talent on
Easy.
like a weapon that isn't the chatterbox, or the chameleon talent on a weapon that isn't the chameleon, which significantly improves them,
Construction initiated.
I would say. Sir? Where? Oh. I was like looking over here, like if they're like behind here, but they were like just lying on the floor over there. That was some good camouflage on their end. Yeah. Good thing I'm good on slots, basically. I'm not getting one this run. Way too many rerolls needed.
Room. Difficulty
Because a
rating.
lucky shot isn't going to do anything for me. Fast hands as well. I've taken 2 into it, but of course I had bullet hell. Could have taken glass, but also I kind of dislike glass, especially for the Nemesis fight. It makes you way too squishy. Like if they put out a fire turret or something, you're done. Like you can't survive any of those things. They have a striker drone or just a turret. You're just basically done at that point. Which just gonna wait for this thing to go over my head. Peek out. Oh wait, I had a sniper rifle. Why didn't I use it? And the reason I didn't use that, of course, is because I forgot that I had. Trying to reload because I'm like, this weapon is out of ammo by now. But of course it isn't.
This'll make you training.
Need to get a few steady-handed stacks before I try to snipe. I was very unhinged. Still very unhinged. Oh, I just lost all my stacks. Oh. Sir, no special ammo, please. And yeah, we're up to loop 4. This thing always shows the wrong loop. 1 loop too many. Because it's saying like we're going from 4 to 5, but we're going from 3 to 4. Oh, actually, I have enough for a slot even still. That's impressive. Oh, I don't have I'm like, oh, okay, that would explain why my steady-handed felt so weak, because I don't have it. Gonna take this LMG. Talents you don't have feel very weak, turns out. Because I do need some steady-handed because I do have unhinged already.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
Come on. Out. Oh. The plague will kill him there. It's loop 4. We got 2 waves. Off there.
Console online.
Which one am I missing here then? Let's try to... Actually nothing. I haven't taken vigilance. Without vigilance, I'm
To
fine.
proceed.
The vigilance is nice, but it's mostly against the nemesis. It's fine. Against most of the rooms, you usually get some chip damage from somewhere.
Entering
Going
new
to the
room.
EMP lab.
Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile combatant.
Let's cut out the run.
Incoming!
The plague's gonna kill them, so I'm gonna set up for the next one.
Serious trauma detected. Console
Yeah, so I
online.
tried to like kill them still, but yeah, they had a little bit too much for me. So I need my reds a little bit higher,
Room.
so I will go out of my way to reroll and stuff if I need to for those. Wait, how much thing does this give? I don't even remember. So this is 3%. How much is this then? Because if this is 3% as well, this is 4%. Now let's just take the boss room just as it's one wave instead. It's usually easier. Because we're at loop 4 where we have 2 waves, so we'll just take this one instead. Because it's 1% difference for the
High value target.
nemesis.
Entering new room.
I'm gonna go set up here
Hard.
and set up.
Control again.
Boss is by us, which is good. We can quickly kill him and then move our attention to his lackeys. That was amazing that he got that heal off. I would have, like, that would have been way too much if you also got it. I said, this time I'm a little bit weaker than last run. Why am I this much weaker? Yeah.
Console online.
Just need more red
Station
talents.
online.
And we're getting them, so it'll be fine.
Operator selected. Select new room to proceed.
Let's take the boilers.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile
Grab the
combatant.
store. I got him. Thank you very much, camera. Of course, wanted to put my head into that railing and not actually see the enemies. As in, some corners are, of course, a little bit wonky.
Console active.
Especially that one. I know it's wonky as well, but it's kind of the only good position where you can kind of shoot that door from upstairs. I'll take a clutch,
Operator cleared to select new room.
and we'll have the wind testing lab, right? Yeah. As yeah, with this one, it's very much if you start on one end, you'll get the wind testing lab like we have now, and then if you start on the other end, you will get
Hostile construction initiated.
like the cityscape thing. I'm kind of surprised Xander also brought it up. Kind of is that no one's made a map for this yet. Because yeah, it very much like is dependent on the route that you take, especially for with the other one with the like the federal emergency bunker kind of style place. Really depends which route you take, which boss room you get. Like in this one, you don't get to choose your boss room, but in the other one, you actually do get to choose which boss room you get. Yep. Yeah, looking around for I heard the walking. So I'm gonna wait for him to come on that side, and I have trauma at the ready. Away they go. Oh, and we get a second exotic talent, which is nice. Plague. And we get Plague. Yay. And Bullet had Plague, which is nice. Which is makes the Nemesis fight a lot more consistent usually, having Plague. Bullet hell doesn't really matter. I'm also set up in the right way for Plague with a sniper rifle secondary, so I can put a lot of stacks on them with my main, and then I will swap to my secondary and give them the big damage. Seeing as I have bullet hell, which weapons like everything's horrible here. I was considering maybe taking a faster RPM weapon, but one wasn't available to me. So, oh yeah, sure. No, definitely take a minute if you need to. That's actually fine because I need to actually briefly check one thing on Discord as well. So. Yeah, no props. As is, we're taking a short 2 minutes. As I briefly want to see what all of this fuss was in one of the group chats. Yep. I mean, doesn't really matter, right? Or we aren't on a timer here, right? Because I think you can just like, yeah, take a break if you need to here. Briefly check what all this fuss was. Okay. Arguments and people misunderstanding each other. By the looks of it. Also briefly check how the saving loadouts video is doing, which is not great, but yeah, I've been finding also with other creators and stuff in the field of Division that, yeah, it's very much a slow few weeks while everybody's kind of playing other stuff. A lot of stuff came out, of course. As I'm very much interested as well in Bethesda's latest release, of course. But yeah, likely as well, I will likely wait for 6 months till community patches and stuff exist for that game before I actually buy it. It's I didn't actually know you could shoot those. What's this light then? It's just sourceless light. Okay.
Enter new location. Difficulty rating easy.
Oh wait, does it actually
Entering new room.
pick a room for us?
Easy.
What? I guess I just never waited long enough in these corridors. Yeah, it's picked the room for us. Although we don't need to enter it till it does. Oh, yeah. I guess I never we never waited around here for long enough for us to discover this. But usually we always waited before we made a pick of a skill and stuff, so you got infinite time, really. But apparently, likely SE actually knew that. That's why they said to maybe pick a room first. But I didn't. So we learn something new every day. And yeah, the game, it did indeed auto pick something for us, which I didn't actually know it did that. But yeah, it is an easy room, so it worked out. But actually, I didn't know there was a timer running basically at that point.
Highlighted doors.
Mostly because we never waited out there. usually we always waited. Like if we needed the bio breaks and stuff, we would usually go and do it in the early picks, like before the first pick.
Locking the enemy down.
But something new learned at the very least. Up on that side as well. I keep tapping myself out of cover and losing Overwatch isn't the smart thing to do.
Console active.
But yeah, especially with Pestilence now, we're both kind of nice and powerful. We're killing stuff very quickly. It's gonna take the clutch. Just let's not reroll way too much. Trying to remember again which way we came in. Okay, yeah. Up we go. Hmm. 87. 63. We should still be fine. Well, yeah, because at the very least we'll get an easy and a medium. So yeah, let's just take the boss room indeed.
Electrical hazard simulation activated. Room selected.
Is it even with the easy and a medium, we'll still get 100.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating hard.
For instance, that boss died a lot faster than the last one. Although, of course, both of us were on him as well. But yeah, Plague is very OP for these lower areas.
Console available.
Lower loops. Bring up back Twitch instead of we need to take the yeah.
Entering new location.
Oh, actually, boss rooms are actually 2%, not 3% as I expected.
Hostiles constructing.
So we need the next room to be easy as well, because otherwise we won't get access. But 'cause yeah, we have one room after this one, I think. Or do we have two? I always lose count, and I always forget like which, how many rooms are. Like, which room is the how many in that section?
Who's down?
All of them had a little bit of plague, so I just swapped with a sniper rifle, and all of them had a little bit of plague. I'll just take that vindictive. Let's keep some credits. Okay, we do get our easy as well. So
Electrical hazard detected. Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
I'm just gonna camp this door from
Hostiles
here.
constructing. Hostiles. Highlighted doors.
Put me out!
Console. Active.
Off with their heads. Actually, yeah, we're not gonna get any more talents. Might as well take brace then. Use that to offset that one unhinged that I have a little bit. Because yeah, the only talent we still might get is one more exotic talent, but that's quite rare.
Selected. Difficulty rating.
I'm gonna go to the balcony I always go to.
Hostile
Likely getting shocked along the way as well. Mostly because I also wanted to put my chem there. Although with electricity, this place isn't that great because I can't go over there and sit over there where I kind of want to sit. Mostly because, yeah, there's electricity there. Where is that guy? It was obvious something was coming up, but it was not so obvious where they exactly were. Oh, we do get a third talent. Nice. So we're gonna go in pretty overpowered. I'm gonna take Breathe Free because Incessant is not gonna do anything against the Nemesis because I can't reload before just to get it. I'm gonna take another red. But yeah, we should be pretty decently well geared to deal with this nemesis. But still, there's going to be one random skill. An oxy out of nowhere is always still a danger. But yeah, I'll grab all of those things. Even more ammo. Actually, I should have checked as well. If I always forget to check if there's, because the stagger ammo is like really good against them as well, actually. But I always forget to check before buying the other stuff first. But yeah, we'll be
Room
at least
selected.
if
Difficulty rating. Nemesis.
I think Essie is up for that as well. We're just gonna leave after this nemesis fight, basically. As yeah, we're not gonna push much deeper.
Increased.
But yeah, every time we do a nemesis fight as well, beating a nemesis, so not even with that project, not just per weekly, but every time you kill a nemesis, you do get an exotic cash out of it. So that's kind of nice.
Functioning.
And yeah, as again, knows the play as well, which is to go up here. I'll have trauma there, blinding them for a little bit.
Rogue blinder
yeah.
firefly detected.
I'm gonna swap to my sniper. Oh, they do have Oxy,
Blinder firefly detected.
which is very dangerous, but she's dead.
Online.
Blinder goes out. Yeah, they're basically dead. Just gonna swap to my sniper and shoot that.
Simulation terminated. Collating data.
Sure, how fast was that? That felt decently fast, even with that break in between. Well, it was 46 minutes, so like 40-ish minutes, let's say, without that break. Which was a good time for Nemesis. Although, of course, like world record pace is like 24, I think now, or 23 even. As yeah, we're gonna exit out to Washington, D.C. Getting our caches, maybe getting a reconstructed cache, maybe. Just maybe. Very maybe. They should just put a reconstructed cache with this weekly project or something. Because yeah, there's also like, even if you get the reconstructed cache, there's still a chance that it's not one with a blueprint in it. So, which I'm also unsure of what the chances are of each of those. So. And they should just give us the even if it like costs $2.5K or something. The NSA tech
Facility detected. Combat simulation program.
that they just give us the option of buying, hell, even like exotic caches or named caches, but also reconstructed caches, especially of course with the permanent credits thing.
Hey, Ace. Look over here.
I'm gonna pop it for a blue screen. Oh, and yeah, thank you. Actually, I need GGC as well, Essie, and thanks for the help there and helping running along. Because yeah, as always, I quite always enjoy it, especially Nemesis runs with at least another person there, kind of just makes it less, claustrophobic, almost. Let's say it's.
Thanks for making.
Although of course, yeah, solo usually as well. Like in the same way I do. It does basically for me replace kind of my summit runs, where I just put on a video or something, and then just run through. The only downside is quite often I do die. I feel I die still way too many times in there. Mostly down to just making silly mistakes. Being too aggressive on the first two boss fights especially loses me a lot of runs, because I'll be just too aggressive. I won't be strong enough yet, and especially if I don't have plague or anything, like that fight can go wrong really easy. And of course, like I've even had that getting really bad talent choices, reaching the Nemesis as well, and not having two skills that were fixing their. That's also why nowadays I'm so transfixed on like I'm picking skills just to make sure that the nemesis has skills that are set. Because I had one run, I was pretty weak. I didn't get a good exotic talent either. I only had one as well. I think only bullet hell, and the nemesis had a healing hive and a healing chem, and I just couldn't kill them with the ammo that I had. So it just turned out into an infinite fight until I ran out of ammo. And then I was like, I can't kill them, because every time I would get them halfway down even or something, they would just chem, or they would get a hive out. And then by the time I destroyed the hive, because usually it's like not in your sight. So yeah, by the time I killed the hive, they're healed back up to full, and I didn't have enough damage to quickly kill them down. So it became a slog, and I was like fighting them for like likely 10 minutes, like really 10 minutes. And I was just at that, I was just like, screw this run. And just walked like at them till they shot me, till I died. Yeah, you have runs like those as well. But yeah, it's trying to find the balance as well with how much you reroll and stuff. It's kind of fun. There's no way to be immune to the hunter jump. If you are disrupt resistant, I believe they're resistant for that one. You need to be 96 something, 96.8. But yeah, just being like high enough hazard protection, or just specifically disrupt protection, because it's just a disrupt. But yeah, theirs is pretty high. So yeah, there's a number. Actually, I can go look it up. Let's go look it up, because I'm curious myself as well. In the Discord spreadsheet, there's that table. Where is it though? Oh yeah, there it is. Let's bring this up actually then. So in the spreadsheet, the Discord one, in the, which tab is this? This is the attribute info tab. It has the status immunities one.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Was that matchmaking? Or am I just getting random invite? But okay. Yeah, yeah, getting a random invite. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. That guy running over there that invited me just for a random countdown. Don't be that guy. And yeah, this one lists for PvE, because it's different values for PvP, because how immunity works is that you have to push the duration of the effect upon you below half of a second. And this list also isn't been updated for in a while, I feel. There likely are different ones nowadays that are a little bit higher. But these are basically going off of the longest known PvE, so not PvP, PvE duration of status effect upon a player. So if you have these values in PvE, you're basically fine. You won't get blinded if you have 91% or more blind, or because of course, especially for instance, this bleed is listed here as 93.8 for being immune to bleed, but that's for instance the bleed of the backfire is specifically 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. You need to basically be 95%. So that means 20 seconds. For it to be completely negated. So it's more than the 93.8% that it lists there. So curiosity, did they do the math right there? Or am I spreading the misinformation this time? 10%, or no, actually, 10-second bleed, because you need to take it to 0.5 seconds, which is 95% resistance. So yeah. But yeah, that list is. But yeah, if you're 100%, then you're completely immune from all of those. But keep in mind that also if, for instance, if you're using skills or something, it doesn't apply to all skills. So proxies and stuff, deployed skills don't get your hazard protection or anything. You can still, of course, if you have like stickies or chems or stuff like that, you can still deploy them. But you can't, for instance, use a turret will not have your disrupt protection. But of course, a turret could have the Faraday effect, keeping it from being disrupted. And also, actually, what you can do, even against the Hunter jam, is just to be technician, have the Faraday perk unlocked, and then just put a hive or a decoy or something. For instance, a decoy is nice because the hunters can't hack it. Or well, they can hack it, but it doesn't really like do do much against you. Hopefully, you recognize that you've placed a decoy there yourself, or a remote pulse, or like the spinny pulse. Whatever. I always forget what it's called. This thing. It is a remote pulse. Because this also counts as a deployable. But yeah, if you just get pulsed, like they don't get increased damage against you or anything for you being pulsed. So yeah, there are a lot of tricks. Oh, to make a fully disrupt protect. The thing is, you kind of can, but it's also going to come at a way too high cost, especially for in countdown and stuff. Because of course, the eclipses setups exist that are easily like CC plus being fully hazard protected, but those as well because of the innate 30% that Eclipse Protocol gear set provides are a bit more viable. Because if you want to do it in an EP setup or in a FI setup, hey, she doesn't have a FI setup anymore, of course. But yeah, you would need basically 10 plus 60, even if you put all miners having one hazard protecting all miners, that's 60. You would need really YAL as well, kind of, then to be at 80. So yeah, 10 watch, 60 from roles, from attributes, and then 80 with YAL, and then 2 mods, or skipping YAL and then 3 mods for disrupt. Like you're not healing much at that point anymore. You have the skill tier still and stuff, but like at that point it's heavily diminished at that point. And actually, I won't go much longer. I want to go a little bit longer, but not much. And yeah, seeing as we're talking about some hazard protection there, let me grab my hazard protected backfire build. It's a silly build and doesn't really work well. It's not really useful. It's more of a testing build, and we'll take that in the countdown. Why not? As I actually still want to get one D50 for this build should seem familiar with the one I was running earlier. Although of course this one is set up actually to be with this backpack normally, but yeah, it can take but actually I think I put a different mod in this memento. Yes. So this memento kind of needs to go back to that, load this one, and then because I don't have the wrong mods in there, just in case I move the mods around. Because I was messing around with that, but this character really needs a D50, which I don't have. I have 3 on all 3 of my other characters do have one because all of them have some form of like a headhunter build. Like a tip of spear, and the other one as well, and the hotshot one, of course, as well. But yeah, she doesn't have one, so I was trying to gather one earlier, as I did a lot of running around in this zone, which is pistols today. But I'll go do a countdown, and if anybody's interested maybe in joining me, feel free to say so as I take a brief 5 seconds to get set up, and then we'll go in. If anyone's wanting to join me, if you have me on the list, feel free to just join on me. So, a few are online, so just a challenging countdown. As I briefly just wanted to check that I put back. Yeah, I did. Because that Cheska backpack needed to go back in, and in this group, okay, it's both of them are back into the stash, which is important, because otherwise we'd have to go get them. I'm on 295 stars already, which is pretty good, because yeah, we still have tomorrow, the day after, and Monday to still get a little bit more. And I've also been saving up my my countdown credits. I might actually, though, not spend it all on exotic caches, although, because that's 10, 15. If I'm at 300, which, you know, I will likely reach and exceed. 300 would be 15 exotic caches, which, I mean, is a lot. Giving me 15 exotic components, especially. But I've been thinking of maybe getting a ton of named item caches, and, you know, just increasing my chances of getting some of the, because I need a gift as well still. Yeah, I need a gift. Why am I? I'm kind of considering maybe going in there a little bit, but likely after the stream. And yeah, I need a few other names as well, like the closer and the setup, and just, you know, I need those more than the exotic components, I feel. Yeah, seeing as nobody jumped on it, I'll just hop into a challenging countdown.
Invite to another agent's
group. Oh, yeah, so this build is a silly build. It's not meant to actually be used, really. It's a hazard protected build, which makes it make sense to use a backfire, although a backfire just doesn't make sense in general. Although especially nowadays, like if you're gonna run a full hazard protected build, you might as well do it with Cavalier and provide it to your allies as well. Like, this build doesn't really make sense anymore. And also likely I will actually get rid of this one, because I have two backfire builds. The other one is very much more set up to deal damage, being a lot more red, not fully hazard protected, but especially bleed protected. And I might get rid of this one and rework it to be a Cavalier build, because that will do the same thing basically as this one, but then also provide it as a group buff to your allies.
We need to remove the safeguards and restart the reactor.
As I was talking, I didn't actually catch which faction I'm fighting.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
My team just completely split up,
Safety protocols initiated.
which doesn't fill me with confidence. No, we have status effects protection as well on these guys. The other team is moving this way, which is nice, although I only see 3 of them.
An agent needs
I
assistance.
have no idea why that hive went there. Especially seeing as he died, or did somebody else die? There we go. The status effects are at least available again. That will help a little. Yeah, the downside of the backfire is very much it needs to stack to 200. That takes way too long, like way too long. Because at least when you're doing it on Striker, you're like, if you're stacking to 200, you're likely doing it with the ACS, especially. That can make it a bit more bearable. And it just loses its stacks in 10 seconds, which just all of them, like it doesn't decay. Where of course Strikers, for instance, even the chess version decays over time. Like you have 75 seconds till you're decayed back to 0. Here in 10 seconds, either you hit something else or you lose all of it. And all it really kind of needs is a decay mechanic. Why is he all the way back there? So, turbine containment. Oh, my target, of course, is not set to what I need. Although, of course, we haven't gotten any loot yet, so it's fine. And I get to do my favorite thing. Actually, I don't get to do my favorite thing, which is slide. As I didn't line it up well enough. That one is very picky about how you line it up. You have to be like straight on to it. So which faction are we fighting? We are fighting... Oh, cool. We're fighting some outcasts. So against outcasts, actually, so for instance, this flamethrower, like, I can't be set on fire. I'm completely hazarding you. As well, for instance, actually, in the hunter fight there, I didn't get jammed because I couldn't get jammed. And here, for instance, as well, the huggers, their explosion, of course, still deals explosion damage, basically. But their fire, I can just stand in their fire. But of course, a PFE can do that as well. It can stand in the elite rusher's fire. This does nothing. But yeah, the thing of it is that useful though? Am I being credit to team while I'm doing that? No.
High value target neutralized. Incoming high risk hostile.
Yeah, for instance, there the explosion did hurt me, but the subsequent fire didn't.
Agent down.
Yeah, especially this setup is way too tanky because it's keeping all the blue cores of the gear that is blue, just for easiness, kind of, mostly. There's also a decent amount of on kill, if I remember, because yeah, that's 10% and then 10%. And there's good crit chance, if I remember right. Yeah, 58, 122.
10 minutes.
Which isn't bad for a build that is giving up a ton of miners.
Your nearest exit.
So to farm for item notifications and so on. Yeah, I agree with that. But I have also I need a lot of stuff. So mostly as well, just it's for every instead of 15 exotics, I can get 30 names. And I need some of the names as well. Like I actually also need one more TDI card custom. That's about it. But yeah, I'm like I might as well just spend it on named caches for this one. But if I really want to as well, I can cheese ways of. I mean, there are cheese ways of getting exotics. I don't really have the option on this account, but I can still do it kind of because I can join on the level 30 character when they receive their project. Is that you can do that level 30 project thing and get around 8 to 10 per hour. as well. And of course, just random ones.
Data transfer halted.
Oh, actually on this account, of course,
High-risk hostile.
I played too much on the other account where I have the option of just looting everything because
Agent, you should be able to access the reactor.
they have a stash they can put stuff into. Actually, I've cleaned out my stash here as well. I have actually 50 MT in this account stash as well. So I could put away a few builds and not have to loot underground, but just loot. Almost done with this. Oh, nice. Yeah. And yeah, likely as well. I'll do a boost run either Sunday or Monday, but I'll announce it a little bit earlier, and yeah, I'll have 2 spots for
Agent,
others to be carried if they are
I
interested.
need you to get
which,
it back online.
which will be filled in a first come first serve basis on on the days themselves.
Now that you're in, we need to decrypt the safety protocols.
And likely in one of the coming days as well, I'll set up a build showcase and we'll do it. We'll do it live. Although I kind of don't know which build I kind of want to do. I have a few in mind. I don't want to do either. I don't want to do the Heartbreak Attack Tank, of course, because I'm moving that one back a little. Was kind of considering Negotiator, but I also don't want to do that one. I want to do that one in the new season when there's like good activity and stuff. Once again.
Reactor unstable.
But I was considering maybe doing one of the more silly builds, either doing the turret drone headhunter weird thingy.
Good work decrypting the protocols. You need to remove those controls to get the reactor back online.
Because yeah, that one's a weird silly build, which could be interesting to like talk about and
Great work.
use it as well as like talking about
Start the
like
reactor,
weird
keep
builds,
any
kind
hostiles from knocking it offline or killing
of,
it.
or even the red EP, which of course isn't on the recommended list or anything, but is a silly build that I've been grabbing a few times and kind of enjoying my time with it. And especially solo, it kind of works. It's annoying. I find it annoying that it kind of works, but it kind of does work. Mostly because you're shocking stuff quite easily, and then you get to just kill them. But yeah, having basically a built-in decent CC is pretty strong. Of course, not as strong as just either killing them outright with a red build, or tanking decently well with a tech tank.
Good work,
But
Agent.
yeah, trying to get
The plan.
like the most out of it by just trying to run up to someone and just smacking them with the shield to shock them, and then trying to kill them really quick so that it spreads and stuff. It's kind of fun. Oh, the chest hasn't been gotten yet. Actually, it's the one in that back corner then. The other chest, I mean, the small chest. I'm trying to loot everything into my inventory. I can't do that. I've gotten used to it now. I can very much use these SHD calibrations because I've been using way too many of them. Although, of course, I have reserves on
Agent, stay frosty.
each character
Hunters
of
incoming.
like 2k at the moment of watch points saved, which is more than some people like get with like all of one reruns and stuff that they have together. Because yeah, I've done 8k available on 4 characters. But yeah, I also always try to keep a reserve on some characters. The team kind of gets spread out, and the hunters are kind of over here. Actually, yeah, one of these guys is a hunter. That was bullshit. That he just got to heal in front of me.
Torres can pick you up.
Because I need that D50 to end up with... Oh, there, even just with that little bit of looting and going on, I lost all my stacks as well. So I'm going to push in from this side. On the backfire, I guess I should make clear.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What the hell was that?
Agent out of action.
No, that was lucky. They were about to kill me outright. Because they targeted me because I was right next to them. But yeah, I need that D50 to end up as a headhunter detox. And preferably with detox on it, because yeah, I can just free talent it if they ever do nerf. If they ever do nerf determined. What is the sacrifice? Nah. Ooh. That's yeah, likely after this run I will that will be it for me for today.
Helo inbound to your location. Hold tight.
Because yeah, I did have to get up decently early and a long work day as well. But yeah, most of this weekend should be mine and mine alone. I'm hoping that will be the case. Not something will like weasel its way into my task. Anyway, task I need to do. Yeah, this one, ninja bag, 3 of 5 chest, and 2 cavalier. 100% still give 25 damage and. I'm trying to like, but where is that 120 repair skill coming from? Oh, the mods, of course. Oh yeah, but then yeah, I mean the thing is like, oh, you almost distracted me well enough for me to miss extraction, but.
If it wasn't for you.
Yeah, I forgot about the mods. They're having 60 there, plus 30 from the set, of course, and such. I mean, the thing of it is a full. Where is it useful? It becomes a question with those kinds of things, because even for instance in countdown and stuff. So in raids, a full healer is useful, but also a full healer that buffs more than that, basically, because they can do opportunistic as well, and you're giving that up basically by going ninja. Also, for instance, in countdown and stuff, a Redify is much more useful because you don't really need that healing. It's much more useful to have a CCR, for instance, preventing the damage from happening in the first place over a healer, because also everybody's so spread out that it's actually kind of hard to heal just random teams.
Would all off-duty guards return to the perimeter at once? I repeat, all off-duty guards must
I mean, with the initial hunters, a healer is not going to be that useful because most of the fight is like a CC is so much more useful there because they can keep them engaged, keep them from healing, keep them from going into cover, and then just quickly killing them. And then once the kill happens, the team goes out of combat, so they heal back up. Like you don't need a healer intermediary there. With the final fights, I mean, a healer can be useful, but also it's eating up one slot of damage, which is still an important thing. Because a CCer could prevent most of that damage outright, but also having just like if the team is already good on damage, then yeah, you can have a healer in there and make it a little bit more utility of that and having it be a little bit more easy. But if that's the case already, it doesn't matter what is run basically. But especially if the team is already a little bit weak, you kind of need another damage dealer. Like having another damage dealer in the team is quite useful. Because the scaling goes up per player there. That's basically comparing that to a Redify. That is just buffing, and then if some people take a little bit of chip damage, that's fine, because not the whole team is going to take chip damage, especially with the initial fight. And then with the end fight, then it's just, that minor healing that it has and trying to help out. That's kind of the issue with healers for Division is just in so many places it's much more better to have the damage be prevented upfront by CCing over trying to heal it back up. It's mostly just a raid where like that survival is so much more important, and then a healer kind of comes into the play. Actually, I'm gonna go do one more run. Actually, I said it would be the last, but I'm of course very often a liar. Because yeah, that build felt pretty weak. It was pretty weak. The team was pretty strong, which worked out. I'm gonna do something that I don't often do, which is take my own striker and go into a countdown. I mean, there is once the first one's free, and then you're hooked once more. But yeah, this one will be my last one because I am actually very tired. But I didn't get the pistol that I was after, which I'm like, let's do one more and maybe I'll get it. There's a D50 that ends up with Detox and Determined. It's one that I need. Which is annoying because actually with my latest cleanup of my stash, I deconstructed one. I had one extra and I was like, I don't need one extra. I'll just toss it. And now I need an extra. Because all three of my other characters do have a D50 in some either with health and the determined or detox and determined, depending on how your setup is. And only this character doesn't have one, and she has the Regulus build, so I want to have her also have that one. Because yeah, likely tomorrow I'm gonna spend some time farming some stuff. I have some ideas for some builds, either reworks or changes. Because yeah, I'm kind of considering getting rid of that backfire build, keeping it as an X build. Like the build picture is worthwhile to like have and just as a testing bed kind of thing, but a Cavalier could likely do the same and better, basically. Be a backfire build and be like providing the group buff. And then yeah, I always have that other backfire build on character 2 that is basically a damage version. So we seem to have a full healer here. Striker with too many blues. Two-piece striker. What is it? that weapon handling is very tasty, apparently. Like 3P strikers, I also don't understand, but I can understand. Like, there's a chance that if I look at it long enough, that'll go like, but it still won't, because 3P strikers are also bad ideas. But 2P strikers is new. Although of course that was just a jumbled mess.
Relay offline.
The True Sons have triggered a lockdown of the
Fighting
planet.
some True Sons.
They've been taking over infrastructure to lend legitimacy to their cause. If they control the power, they control this region. We need to find a way to relieve the pressure and fix the reactor's cooling system.
Okay, we're gonna end up in the cooling tower.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Alright, containment.
Level. To avert
Containment and turbine.
failure, system purge required.
Let's see if I get my grenade on target. I do. It's amazing. I am the greatest. Stacka, 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 stacka. Let me play you the song of my people. And my people is strikers, so it goes a little something like that. Instead of daka daka daka, it's stacka stacka stacka. As we stacka 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 some more.
System curtailed.
As the delirium of sleep deprivation
System reactivated.
is setting in.
System malfunctioning.
Yeah, so there you go. Turbine first.
System restored.
I should not overdo this. Yeah, sure, you go in first. You take the first shot. And I'll come in and I'll stack. The camera did not like my jokes. It decided to end its existence. Oh, well, I'll fix that up. Here we go. That was very optimistic of me to try to stack on the dog from that distance.
Area secure.
Where did the name die? Should have been one named here, at the very least. Yeah, I'll take this route out, but then give up as well, basically. Okay, did he die over there? Is that... That's a... Somebody, Containment, more loot? What? We're gonna go containment just because it's faster. I see with Hollow Man a few years back. Well, the thing is, always in calculation-wise, it just was behind Red back then. It just didn't make sense if you actually like looked at it numbers-wise. But yeah, it was very popular for a while, and of course, a lot of people were like promoting it and stuff, like a lot of PvPers and stuff, because yeah, they believed that it was better. and they would often get
Target detected.
killed by better players with better builds. But yeah, very much was just stat-wise, just
High value
didn't
target
make sense.
neutralized.
It's the same thing like three-piecing in Negotiator. Like, yes, the set does have. Well, actually, there was one way that it did make sense, but that's not how most people ran it. Is with headshot. If you made a headshot build, then three-piece striker actually could make sense because that would outperform the the high-end difference. But that's not how most people were running it. Most people were just trying to do crit chance, crit damage, but
Area secure.
gimping
Head
themselves.
over to the cooling tower.
10 minutes to lockdown.
Because yeah, you were giving up 3 other miners. You have pretty good choices in Fenris, in Cheska, in Grupo to provide the brands bonuses. And then you're giving up basically 3 miners. Because while that rate of fire like seems appealing, it's just 15%. Like that doesn't stack up against 36 crit damage basically. Or yeah.
Agent, you're in. I need you to fix that cooling tower.
Well, usually you would have 2 of the pieces have crit chance. And then 1 could be crit damage. So yeah, 24 crit damage is already like gonna be pretty close already. And then you're also giving up 2 brands.
To release the pressure.
Well, no, actually you're giving up 3 brands. Oh yeah, well, you're giving up 2 actually. Yeah. In comparison, you're keeping 1 from being the rate of fire basically, and then
Well, that worked-ish.
you're still missing out on, like, even if you were to say like that covers for 2 brands bonuses, you're still giving up 1 brand. Oh yeah, but this thing.
You need to vent the remaining steam, and you'll be good to go.
This guy's going for it, I'm guessing.
Risk target detected.
I guessed wrong. He seemed so determined to go upstairs here. But also, maybe he saw those enemies. As yeah, I'm gonna turn this valve and then I'm gonna... what? What was that? Why was I stuck on it for like
Vent the steam, and you're good to go.
forever? That would have been so much better if my shotgun was actually reloaded.
Cooling system pressure
And I keep
exceeded.
looting like that when I really can't.
Stabilize the pressure.
Well, that worked-ish. Now that the pressure is stabilized, we need to shut off that steam. You need to vent the remaining
That was
steam,
really
and you're good to
fast
go.
for here. That was like
Iris
basically
target approaching. Cooling system
all instant.
stabilized.
I'm not sure I got in the chest, but I think I have because I've seen all 3
Good
positions,
work,
I
Agent.
feel.
You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal Taurus.
We're about to get a supercharge for no reason, most likely. Yeah. How did I know? That's it. I left our hive behind, so instead of, doing the smart thing of just like leaving it and then supercharging a little bit later when we're like maybe in combat, maybe, or fighting something, instead they just deconstruct it because they want to have it back at their side. In doing so, they waste the supercharge. Oh well, I mean the easier fix is as well just to not leave your hive behind. Just pick it up before going. I'm hoping those guys wait. Of course they don't. Where's the rest of this team?
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
Where are these? Where are they going? They really want to die. They've put themselves in a position where they're completely surrounded now.
Rogue striker drone detected.
We got a freeze. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Oh, did that? Yeah. Let me fix that. Yes, we got a crash there. That fixed my audio, right? It did. But I'm gonna take that as a sign to run away. And I'll try to get that pistol tomorrow. I might have even gotten it. I picked up a few. I didn't check them. But I'll go take a short rest, and then actually, well, I'm gonna go to bed. Actually, I'm not gonna mess around and find out. But yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow evening for those interested, and depending on how the day goes, I might pick something to build showcase. I've been thinking about a few of them actually. So yeah, the one I was kind of considering maybe doing is 3 point something. 3 point. Where is it? Oh yeah, this thing. But yeah, this is like a weird, silly build that kind of works solo. Showcase wise, it would be 2 solo segments, I feel, because this thing doesn't work in a group at all. But yeah, it could be interesting, like just to show it, because it's one of those builds that I kind of like, so I haven't destroyed it ever. Because it kind of works. Trying to min-max towards a specific mechanic, basically. Having the turret and the drone, like lower stuff, just so, because yeah, with the scalpel, you can hit for out of the way, for like 9 mil-ish. The Nemesis can hit for 25 mil, so that can kind of do some stuff. But yeah, either that or maybe the Red EP, or maybe something actually valid. Maybe a backfire build even or something. I'll see. Or maybe a PFE, because yeah, I could do a showcase on just a PFE, and then sometimes later do a masterclass with PFE, because yeah, the PFE is very much, it's so many different builds are tied to it. But I could just narrow it down to just being a build and just showing that one. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, thank you all for joining me and hanging out, and also thanks to those that ran with me today. I think, and thank you very much, Essie. Yeah, I was about to actually just thank you for the scent run, and there for the bits as well. Very much appreciated always. And yeah, I'll be back at it tomorrow evening, and we'll find some stuff to do. More farming, and maybe even a Warlords run, but that's most likely either Sunday or Monday, and then also I can carry 2 people, so that might be worth it to some people. But yeah, thank you all, and as always, have a good night.